Hi, how are you? Yeah. All
Really, that's not much me like ridiculous.
Hey, good morning, everyone. In case you don't know who I am, my name is Michael Power from Virginia. I'm privileged to be having served as your president for the past year. This has been a executive board to work with, and thanks to the excellent work of the nominating committee when we introduced the incoming board members, and we really have another strong board that you as members have voted in for us. So we appreciate the work of the nominating committee, which is something that you all as delegates put together, and they really did a good job. Steve Doyle. Like we always use this opportunity up front to let the Chess Trust make a pitch for their donations throughout the course of the year. Steve?
Sorry, no green jacket. This year we lost a luminary in chess, Harold Wilson. And unfortunately I can't wear the green jacket. My shirt tail is tucked in. Harold often raised money for the trust. This year we're going to raise money for the trust and the US Chess Federation because that's what it's all about. It's all about the Chess Federation. We have an anonymous $10,000 match for everybody that gives to the trust. We're going to give $5,000 match to the trust and $5,000 to the US Chess Federation. So for every $100, there's going to be a match, 50-50. Okay, so give me checks in the back of the room or give me a pledge. I don't want to take cash, so just checks, and we'll take care of that, okay? And it helps both the US Chess Trust and the Chess Federation. How's that? Okay?
Sounds good.
Harold's on.
Thank you, Steve. I know it's been a tough year for all of us, so for those of you that were able to make it, thank you very much for coming. I know it's tough times, and our hearts go out to those of us who would be delegates who weren't able to join for various reasons. And it is our hopes and prayers that next year at this time we can fill all of these chairs like we've done in the past. Moving forward, we have 4 delegates that have been elected through the membership meeting. We don't need to vote on that in here. That gets voted on because their names will be called as part of the roll call. So we will do that in just a few moments. I'd also like to acknowledge some former presidents who I think are in the room here. We just heard Steve Doyle, Beatrice Manuela, Beatrice, thank you. Alan Priest. Did I miss anyone? My eyes are terrible. Leroy, where's Leroy? Thank you, Leroy. And John, thank you very much all for being here. We appreciate the hard work that you all did to build this federation from the ground up. And the work, your legacy lives on in what we're doing today. So thank you very, very much for all the contributions. At this time, we're going to read the list of names of those whom we have all loved and who have passed. And at the end of that, we'll have a moment of silence for them. I will start. Ronald K. Abel, Wisconsin. Kenneth Robert Ballou, Massachusetts. Thomas G. Barber, Colorado. Michael W. Belcher, California. Eugene Bedard, Massachusetts. George A. Benoit, Maryland. Nick Bicamian, California. Robert Alfred Billingham, Pennsylvania. Bruce W. Lasky, Massachusetts. Donald G. Foley, Michigan. Belford J. Bowles, Maryland. Timmy J. Boynton, Maine. Charles T. Brown, Nebraska. James J. Burns, Arizona. Nelson Drill, California. James G. Burton, California. George Orr Carpenter, Michigan. Michael F. Carter, California. Nick Ponticello, New York. Thomas Cooley, West Virginia. Joseph Crump, Tennessee. Craig J. Cummings, Ohio. Ronald H. Curry, Pennsylvania. Peter A. Dahl, California. Dustin Diamond, California. John F. Gould, Massachusetts. Yaakov Kukowski, Minnesota. Denton Dykes, Kentucky. Walter Fabian, New Hampshire. Lamas I. Pavlonis, Illinois. David S. Fish, Massachusetts. Dennis L. Fish, South Carolina. Ralph Walter Fisher, Colorado. Peter Galazan, Connecticut. Teodoro Garcia, Florida. Joseph Giovanni, Texas. Roger Gleason, Minnesota. Ekram Lozum, Minnesota. John Graff, California. Peter G. Gray, California. Mark D. Harrington, Virginia. Tuli P. Harley, Wisconsin. Harry J. Hartman, Pennsylvania. David Hardy, Texas. Jimmy S. Hillman, New Jersey. Helen Hinshaw, Virginia. William E. Arnacki, Indiana. Eric Horsfall, New York. William H. Hudson, Arkansas. Raymond Jacobs, Utah. A. Januszkowski, California. Carol Durecki, New York.
Jerry Kahn, New York. James Edward Kelly, Indiana. Craig Tolinski, Arizona. Ronald Bruce Kirsch, Washington. Alexander W. Knowlton, Ohio. Roman Kutsiula, New York. James B. Lake, Indiana. Alex Lane, Texas. Carl A. Larson, Maine. Michael Leitner, California. Louis Edward Lovings, Georgia. Benjamin F. Lukenbach, North Carolina. James William Lyon, New York. Da Mahawal, Washington. Frederick J. Maloof, Florida. Arthur W. McClellan, Minnesota. Thomas W. McLeod, Kansas. R. Richard McLaw, Michigan. Pete N. Milasakis, Wyoming. Robert Bean, Tennessee. Don W. Milliken, Virginia. Stephen Morrison, Arizona. David C. Milliken, Wisconsin. Michael Najarin, California. Harry Noden, Ohio. Leroy O'Donnell, Nevada. George Parasinu, California. William L. Parker, Arizona. Daniel S. Peer, Florida. Klaus A. Cole, South Carolina. Morris Privman, New York. Mark Rancic, Texas. John C. Rather, Maryland. Bill A. Richards, Arizona. William H. Rhodey, New Mexico. Ed Rukowski, Maryland. Dan Reichen, Minnesota. Howard S. Sample, Ohio. Larry L. Schmidt, North Carolina. Elliot M. Schwartz, South Carolina. Michael A. Seelig, Wisconsin. Edward Serra, Florida. John F. Shawcross, Massachusetts. Lloyd H. Skelton, Minnesota. Bernard Sobin, Maryland. Kurt Stein, Illinois. Ernest H. Carey, Texas. James Allen Thye, Pennsylvania. Kevin F. Tu, Minnesota. James K. Irvin, Wisconsin. Michael K. Wangan, Minnesota. Melvin E. Weaver, Ohio. Bruce E. Wanako, Pennsylvania. Harold Winston, Illinois. Joseph Young, Ohio. Robert Zip, Rhode Island.
At this time, I'd like to call on the members to bring forth the names of any other persons whose names were not captured in the list that we just read. Please step forward to the mic and provide the name and the state. Thank you.
Ronald Burnett's father, John Burnett, passed away.
Palmer Jordan Hines, Iowa.
Michael Hofer, Florida.
Are there any others? Okay, those persons who stepped forward, please make sure you provide those names either to Dan Lucas or to Belinda in the back of the room. So we'll now adjourn to silence our departed friends and loved ones. May God rest their souls. Thank you. Those are my view. So we'll move now to the roll call. And I'll ask our executive director, Ms. Carol Meyer, she's going to read the names. When your name is called, please sound off if you're here or present. And if you have not, if you're in the room and you're a delegate and you haven't checked in yet, please check in with Norman and Matthews at the back of the room so you have your credentials.
Going in state order. Alabama, Frank Camerata. Ken Sloan. Right, you're in the district building. Arizona, Martha Underwood. Michelle Martinez. Myron and Rachel Lieberman, they're not here. Arkansas. I see something crossing, so I'm not sure. Is this Steve Elkins? Steve Elkins here in the room. California North, Abel Talmentes.
Here.
You skipped the last one? It's because it's not on my list, but yes. Kayla? Here. Chris Torres, Northern California. James E.
Here.
Richard Kepi. Salman Ajar. Thomas Langland. Colorado, Paul Covington.
Here.
Connecticut, Alex Lumelski. Delaware, John Anderson. Nobody named from DC, it looks like. Is anyone here from DC? I must be in the X's. Florida. It's coming, Wayne. delegates. I'm reading the list that I was provided. Florida, Anthony Cattell. Brian Tillis. John Haskell. Kevin Pryor. Matthew Colts. Paul Leggett. Georgia, David Gator.
Here.
Fun Fong.
Here.
Thad Rogers. Maureen Drummond. David Blair.
Here.
Is anyone here from Hawaii? Idaho, Adam Korf.
Here.
Illinois, Eric Ortega. Stephen Plotnick. Tim Just. Bill Brock.
Here.
Lawrence Cohen. Indiana, John Roush. Terry Winchester. Iowa, Eric Beagle.
Here.
Randy Gower.
President.
Kansas, Brian Yang. Kentucky, Alan Priest.
Here.
Joan Priest. Richard Williams. Here we have our Alaska person. Already checked in. Louisiana, Leela DeHaan.
Here.
Maine, Michael Dudley.
Here.
Maryland, Chris Kim.
Here.
And John Rockefeller.
Here.
Massachusetts, Jeffrey Caruso. And Bob Messenger.
Here.
Michigan. Looks like Mitch already knows people are not here. Anybody from Michigan or Minnesota in the room? Okay. Mississippi, Jay Mitchell. Missouri, Thomas Raymeyer. Tony Rich.
Present.
John Fernandez. Montana, anyone here from Montana? All right, Nebraska, Mike Nolan. He's here, but he's not in there, okay? Michael Mills. Nevada, anybody here from Nevada? Okay. New Hampshire, Hal Terry.
Here.
Alex Relian. Hi, Alex. New Jersey, Doug Gorman.
Here.
Steve Doyle.
Present.
Al Streckman.
Here.
Amelia Sharuda. Leroy Dugan. Michael Korkowski.
Just stepped out. Here.
Yeah, I know he's here, but I need to see him. Nicholas Carlson.
Present.
Anand Mishra.
Here.
Anybody from New Mexico? I have this crossed out. Flores. New York, Al Lawrence. Beatrice Marinello.
Here.
Daniel Rode.
Here.
Harold Stenzel.
Here.
Kimberly Dew.
Here.
Michael Ellenbogen. Sandeep Alampali. Sophia Rode. Srinivas Alampali. Steve Innet. Sunil Varamantri. Bill Voichberg. Joe Lux. Harold Scott.
Present.
North Carolina, Charles Roberson. Grant Owen. John Timmel. Wayne Spahn. North Dakota, Todd Wolf. Ohio, John Miller. Paula Badley. Oklahoma, Chuck Unruh. James Gray. Oregon, Carl Kessler. Okay, I see Sunil and my phone. Okay. Is Carl here this year? Pennsylvania, Bradley Cradle. Daniel Heisman. Lateef Street. Tom Martin. Rhode Island, Frank Vogel. South Carolina, David Drummond.
Here.
John McCrary.
Here.
Southern California, Ryan Glover. Dwayne Barber.
Here.
Jim Manella.
Here.
Randy Huff.
Present.
Sean Van Ross. Steve Morford. South Dakota. Anybody in the room from South Dakota? Tennessee. Alan Cantor.
Here.
Chris Prosser.
Here.
Texas. Alex Onisha. Alexi Root. Here. Jim Stallings.
Here.
Julio Sedora. Louis Reed.
Here.
Tim Steiner.
Here.
Tim Redmond. Wendy Reed. Casey Hogan. Utah. David Day. Matthew Corsett.
Here.
Vermont. Don't have any delegates listed. Anybody in the room? Okay. Virginia. Adam Chrissy. Ernie Schlick.
Present.
And Andy Ray.
Here.
Mike Hoffbauer.
Here.
And Woodrow Harris. Alright. Last page. Washington State. Frederick Kleiss. Anybody Frederick? West Virginia. Venu Relan. Wisconsin, Guy Hoffman. Mike Neatman.
Here.
Sandra Hoffman. I have nobody listed from Wyoming. Anybody standing in as delegate from Wyoming? Okay. I need to go back and check off a couple of people who I know came in. And Melinda, did anybody check in with Lewis's? Mike, okay. Give me a moment.
He's doing the count. Cross your fingers. Yes.
Forgive me, I've been missing. Washington account, I did want read into the record from Great State, Tennessee, for the memorialists, Peter P. Lowry and Susan Cantor.
Okay. Melinda, did you capture those names? Would you just
I'll go.
Yeah.
here we have 75, so we do have 4. Yeah, 1/3 is required. Okay, next on the agenda is ADM 21-01. This is about the delegates at large. Delegates at large serve a 3-year term. Any member whose term is expired has to be present in order to have their term renewed again. But they do serve a 3-year term. So I move that we approve the following delegates at large whose terms have either expired or are expired this year, but these are also for delegates at large. I have Dwayne Barber, Randy Huff. Is Al Lawrence in the room? Okay. Robert John McCreary is here. Mike Nolan. Alan Priest is here. Gary Walters is not here. And Steve Doyle, you have a 3-year term that's expired, that was renewed back in 2019, if I recall. Are there any other delegates at large whose names I missed? Okay, so I move that these names of these delegates at large be approved. Have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, raise your hands. I'll say aye. Any opposed? As Alan used to say, an army has it. ADM 20, what's that motion passes? ADM 2102, I move that Mike Nolan be appointed as our parliamentarian. Have a second?
Second.
All those approved, raise your hands. Any opposed? Army again. And I just want to, from this executive board, personally thank Mike for stepping forward. You all know what happened with Ken. Ken was a superb parliamentarian. I'm sure he's serving as someone's parliamentarian right now. But Mike, thank you for stepping up, and we appreciate you coming forward. So that motion passes. At this time, we're going to go ahead and establish the conflict of interest committee. I know what the delegates call it says establish the committee and report, but I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do about that part. But we're going to establish the conflict of interest committee, and I move that delegates approve establishing a conflict of interest committee consisting of the following members: David Day, Leela Kapan, Kimberly Dew, and Mike Nolan. You have a second?
Second.
Can we call for the vote? All those in favor of the appointed conflict of interest committee, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so instead of them having to immediately report, later on in the agenda, I'm going to tell them that they can break off, and if Melinda, if you have anything that they need to look at, they can huddle and take a look at that. And you'll have about 20 to 30 minutes if you really need it on the committee to take a look at any of the conflict of interest statements. But I want to remind all the delegates that, the process of us gathering up these conflict of interest statements like David is showing, they're in your packets for this meeting. They were emailed out to all the states, and I remember signing mine back 3-4 months ago. Those are an important part of our process. So we need to make sure that we do recognize those points of conflict if they do occur. And that the committee will have a chance later on in the meeting, and I'll be able to dismiss them from the room so they can go about their business for a few minutes and come back in and report that they have no conflicts. We'll take care of that a little bit later on in the agenda. So we appointed Mike as parliamentarian, and we've named off the conflict of interest committee. Next is ADM 2103.
Move that the minutes of the 2020 Special Delegates Meeting, as available to the delegates present in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, be accepted.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the minutes from the 2020 Special Delegates Meeting, raise your hands. All opposed? So moved. Next is the ADM 2104. Bob.
Move the delegates approve the advance agenda for the 2021 delegates meeting and approve the standing rules as printed in the delegates column.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the agenda? Any opposed? Again, Arnie has it, so that motion passes. Next, we move to the certification of the election results, and I believe Dave Peters.
May I introduce it from here, sir?
Yes.
Okay. I move that the delegates certify the results of the 2021 Executive Board election. That's the motion. Just, I'll introduce some background here. As you may know, there were 3 candidates for 3 seats. Randy Bauer received 1,072 votes. Kevin Pryor received 1,031 votes. John Fernandez received 972 votes. The top 2 vote getters will serve 4-year terms, so that Mr. Bauer and Mr. Pryor will serve 4-year terms. Mr. Fernandez will serve a 2-year term, as this is a transitional year from the 7-person executive board to the 8-person executive board. There were 3961 registered voters, 1295 ballots were returned, 2 deemed to be invalid. And just as a point, we did electronic voting this year. 52.8% of the electronic ballots were returned, 25.4% of the mail ballots were returned.
So again, it's been moved that the delegates certify the results of the 2021 Executive Board results. Here, a second from Andy Gray in Virginia. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Any opposed? Army has it again. That motion passes. Next, ADM 2106, and again, Bob Messenger.
Pursuant to Article 3, Section 9 of the bylaws, delegates have reviewed promotional memberships offered by the Executive Board in 2020 and authorized their continuation.
Second. Any discussion? It's been moved. Go ahead and vote. All those in favor, raise your credentials. All opposed? Passes. So moved. ADM 2107.
The delegates have reviewed the financial information about expenditures and the status of funds in the Players Health and Benefit Fund and approved the report on those items, the report required by DM 11-51.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor of ADM 2107, raise your credentials. Any opposed? That one passes. And at this time, I would like to carve out the time for the Conflict of Interest Committee. So David, Leila, Kimberly, and Mike. Melinda, you have those conflict of interest statements back there? And they were gonna, you guys will have, I mean, we got the president's report coming up. Chuck will get his report. And then when you guys come back in, just give me a thumbs up that y'all are ready, or that's up to administer your report, and we'll do that. Chair, stick on the dice.
Right, hear me okay? Yep. So again, I want to say thank you to this executive board for having allowed me to serve as your president for the past year. It's been somewhat of an interesting year. The last time this body met for an annual delegates meeting like this in person was in 2019. At that meeting, when Alan Priest was president, he mentioned change is hard. None of us foresaw what has happened starting since March of 2020. The changes invoked on this organization by the pandemic were sudden and deep. But I am so proud, and I know all of you are too, of how we responded as an organization. I borrow a line from a Clint Eastwood movie. I'm a big fan. Adapt and overcome. That's what this organization did. It did it in style and is continuing to do so. Last year, at the special delegates meeting, this body approved adding Chapter 10 to the official rules of chess. But in the past year, it's been directors, organizers, and players who have implemented and abided by those new rules. It's absolutely no understatement to note that other FIDE member nations and FIDE itself watched in awe as the US Chess Federation adapted to this challenge swiftly and decisively. We established online ratings. We put Chapter 10 into effect. Directors and organizers across the country have been holding online tournaments at multiple time controls and multiple levels. It's been a tremendous success. When I run online tournaments, I reflect back to the time that several of us spent on the online play task force under the able leadership of outgoing executive board member Brian Velez, who could not be with us today due to health reasons. We also adapted by reviewing the fair play methods that are being used by chess vendors, Chess.com, Internet Chess Club, and Elite Chess. And a fourth review of the Tornado system is currently in progress. We should thank the members of the ratings committee and several other members of this organization for their expertise, investment in time, and thought leadership in reviewing these vendors' fair play procedures. It's been more than a year now since many of those fair play reviews were completed. And I want all of you to know that from my chair as president, we are in the lessons learned phase now of implementing the fair play algorithms. US Chess is actively providing feedback to the vendors to how their implementation has gone and to our application of their methods. So we're looking to improve things, especially for directors, so that when there is an issue, the director knows how to put forth a proper package in case something does have to go to the ethics committee. So this is a learning organization, and I'm glad to be part of it and glad to see so many of you are contributing to that process. As you're going to hear in a few moments, US Chess has come through the pandemic in very good shape. I really tip my hat to Vice President of Finance Chuck Unruh, our Executive Director Carol Meyer, and US Chess itself, especially the staff. Members such as Deborah Robinson, applying her skills and expertise to guide us through some very, very rough waters. US delegates should know that the financial aspects of this organization are in very, very good hands. Randy Bauer, as all of you know, brings decades of experience handling budgets and finance at levels that make our organization look trivial. Executive member David Dick has many years of legal experience with the budget and financial activities of boards of directors and officers. And as you will hear from Carol in a few moments, US Chess recently hired a company to provide chief financial officer expertise and services to the Federation. And I must acknowledge the continuing contributions of former President Alan Priest, who has added context to what we're doing by making his deep knowledge of this organization's financial practices available to the new CFO firm. At last evening's awards presentations, those of you who attended saw evidence of how US Chess's sponsorship and donations program has been growing. This past week's invitational tournaments, enabled by the contributions of people such as Sunil Ramandri, Dwayne Barber, our Dean of Scholastic Chess, John Rockefeller V, and others, are absolute living proof of the growth and health of US Chess's benefactor programs. And got some surprises on the horizon. Your executive board has every confidence, and you should too, in the expertise of our executive director, Carol Meyer, and staff member Jeff Isaac, and their abilities to continue to grow and spearhead these growth initiatives. Further, over the past year, US Chess and the Chess Trust have collaborated to update the letter of agreement between our two organizations. I deeply, and this executive board deeply appreciates the personal efforts of Steve Doyle, Al Lawrence, and Leroy Dubeck for their collaborations. And we really have a strong bond between our two organizations, and as Steve expressed, what they do is for us. So thank you very much, Steve. Today, the COVID threat continues to disrupt our return to normalcy. I don't even know if we know what normal looks like anymore. The normal we knew before the pandemic is history. We're now at the front end of something new that, unfortunately, like the virus itself, is mutating in ways we just can't foresee. But because of what I've seen in the past year and a half to 2 years, I have every confidence, and you should too, that US Chess has the ability to adapt and overcome. I'm very, very confident we're going to continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Just a second, Chuck, before you go up. So David, can you just repeat for the members what you just told me?
Melinda's checking to see if we have all the forms, but so far, so good.
So we're looking good. Okay, I'd like this time to introduce our Vice President of Finance, Chuck Unruh. Chuck.
For those that don't know me, my name is Chuck Unruh. It's been a pleasure to be your Vice President of Finance this year. This was a challenging year when it started out. Can you hear me? Okay. Better? I just need to speak into the microphone. Okay. Once again, my name is Chuck Unruh. I've been honored to be the VP of Finance this year. It started out as an extremely challenging year, to say the least. And it's not over yet. But as our president was saying, we have met the challenge. We have our preliminary audit in, and our preliminary audit was most interesting. One of the main factors that we have when we start talking numbers is membership revenue. Membership revenue, for those that are new or have been here a while, normally is about 1.8 million a year. But when we have an existential threat from this virus, back in March of 2020, we've never had that type of threat. It was threatening to shut down all the over-the-board play. It pretty much did. So it took real leadership in conjunction with the office, the staff, with all those out there that are organizers, and we quickly reacted. And that's the story, is leadership in its reaction to the challenge. Of course, you've heard that we went to online play. Online play was a factor in surviving this pandemic. So at this point, I should say at the point where we started last year, we didn't know where revenue would be. Our revenues count with maybe 50% off. Would we be lucky to have 50% of our membership revenue? Well, our members came through. Even with the severe pandemic, we were off approximately 30% on revenue. Now, normally we'd think, well, this is going to be a tough year. The budget last year was 100,000 roughly negative. So we didn't think we were going to have much of a year. But that's not how it came out. What happened is we had a real working effort on many fronts that made a very positive bottom line. And what do I mean by that? It's cost controls. The staff watched every dollar that was in their control. We had very good cost controls. Some of it was organic. And what I mean by organic, if you're not doing a tournament or an outreach, well, that money goes to the bottom line. A couple 100,000 was organic. We were very fortunate. Who could have predicted the markets would be so good? So our investments did well last year. Now, how well? The bottom line, going into the preliminary audit, is a surplus of 837,000. And that will be the least surplus that we will post in the final audit. It could be as much as $1 million. But I'm here to say that it was unbalanced, because in our mission, if you don't do the mission, well, we're going to have to do that in the upcoming years. With saving money through not doing something, that's the unbalanced part of it. We don't know if the markets will continue to be strong. We do know our dividends will be strong, so we count on our dividends when we start talking about the new budget. And we do know that we'll meet the challenges. If this new variant comes in, we'll play more online chess. And that's what this has been about, a once in 100 year challenge. And our team, meaning staff, leadership, everyone out there that's an organizer, TD, our membership, met the challenge this year. That's an outstanding result. But next year's budget, and that's what we're going to talk about, and it's very important, is quite different. Next year makes the presumption that we will return to an 85% recovery. Now, if we look in our packets, we'll see this chess budget. This is very important this year. If the variant comes in, of course, many of these numbers and many of our costs will change. We'll react. We will definitely do things differently if the variant, this Delta variant, becomes a problem. But going forward, we're going to say, in this budget that's in front of you, and we had it at the workshop yesterday, that we're going to return to something that looks like normal. And something that looks like normal assumes an 85% of what we had in 2018 membership numbers, membership revenue. Membership revenue has been the driver for many years. Last year, going back to our audit financials, I didn't mention, but the generosity out there is overwhelming. Coming through the door, we had more than 300,000 just donations, regular donations. Some of them, 800, I think at the workshop was 832 donations last year. Thank you. That helped. That was part of that surplus. So as we go forward in the budget and we're returning to normal, the number that we're thinking on the membership revenue is actually equivalent to 1996. We're not out there, we're being very conservative. Pandemics in history have lasted 5 years. It hasn't been a total 5 years yet. I'm hoping all of the vaccines work. If they work, maybe we won't have pandemics coming through for 5 years. So when we do look at our revenues, 1996, and I'm not sure I own a vehicle that old, but it's that's where we are. We'll make that assumption. So when we start looking at the budget and what could happen, everything returns to normal, and the swing goes to 2.2 million possibly, where we probably are as a normal year. Now that's your membership revenue, and it's very, very important because it has been steady for decades. Obviously, in 1996, we were getting the same amount we're expecting today. Our membership revenue has been very, very steady. As we look through this budget, and I won't go through every line item, we've made some allowances in personnel. Through this year, there have been no raises. As we didn't know. Next year, if everything returns to something that looks like normal, we want to keep our structure, we want to keep our staff. In talking about that, we're very fortunate. The government program, what we call PPP, we didn't take that in this year, meaning last year's audited financials. There's 229,000, and we don't know if that's going to come in on June. And what I mean by not taking it, not claiming the money. We received 229,000 on the first PPP loan, which is your paycheck protection. And it is not in that 837,000 we talked about earlier. But that was an excellent, wonderful thing that happened for US Chess. And the reason it was wonderful is because it allowed us to keep our structure so that when, structure meaning our employees, what our normal day-to-day, and that structure was important to keep, so when we come out of the recovery, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't have to go out and go into the labor markets. So there is a little bit in this new budget for rewarding our staff that has sometimes have been very overworked as we're coming out into the recovery trade. Other things in the budget, we have a capital budget. This one's important. We heard at the membership meeting of certain problems from computers not talking to other computers because we're still using some technology that's 30 years old. So I'm asking this delegation to approve a $300,000 capital budget in order to upgrade our IT. That will be, we'll call it phase 2, maybe even going on to phase 3, but it'll be about $300,000. And we can correct some of these problems to help our tournament directors that are out there during the recovery. Otherwise, we're going to have a return of some G&A. What's that? General and administrative. It's obviously if we're going out and we're doing the overboard again, over the board play, we're going to have visa charges. Those go away though if the new variant changes our budget. We won't know for a couple months. But if we have to make changes, of course we're not going to be using our Visa card, and those expenses come down. Something you'll notice is that our budget is a 2-year budget, not a 1-year budget. Because we have obligations in VA. We help the Olympics is every other year or so, and we thought it was more concise to look at this budget on a 2-year budget in front of you instead of one. We'll be voting to approve this, and the budget itself is neutral at the end. But the budget assumes a return to normalcy. And if we're very, very fortunate, as we were in the last year, that normacy could mean that our membership goes up and falls into line where it should be over the years. This has just been a time in life where we've had this, what they call a black swan event. But there'll be brighter days ahead, I'm sure, on this. So I ask you today to approve this budget. I move to approve the budget as presented in the workshop.
Chuck, can we do a friendly amendment? I think instead of 21-22, it's 21-23.
Oh, 21-23.
21 to 23.
Yes, it is. It's 21-23. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. So I move to approve the budget that's 21-23.
I second the motion.
Any discussion on the motion? Point of information. Chuck, in the membership, what's sort of been the trend? What's been the, I know you have a big uptick in membership. Has it been mostly adults, mostly kids? What's it been?
Carol, do you have those numbers?
I think we're seeing stronger bounce back longer.
We can't hear you.
We're seeing stronger bounce back in the adult and young adult ranks, senior ranks, faster than we are in the youth ranks.
I think when the school season starts back up and all the scholastic tournaments start kicking in locally, we'll see a sort of a second wave, if you will, of a membership start from all the school clubs. Recognize Jim in front.
Hi, James E. from Northern California. I just wanted to say that I'm incredibly impressed with the returns that you just reported. A lot of investors did well in this market, but a lot of investors got hammered too. It's a very volatile and unpredictable market, and it's obvious that you prudently invested, so if you capitalized on the gains and you invested in dividends, so you can rely on those. And I'm going to vote in favor of improving the budget. I just wanted to take a moment to praise you guys for the job you've done in an incredibly difficult environment.
Thank you, Jim. In the back, you're the against Mike. Are you speaking against the budget? Go ahead and introduce your name and state.
Well, Dracula about yeah, I am speaking again. Unfortunately, there's no minor quibble microphone. Good idea. As chair of the stillborn brilliant idea, I'm not sure about the execution programs committee. We had a handshake promise pre-pandemic of $25,000, not for ourselves, but to be distributed to the other worthy programs, to senior, to accessibility and special needs, to military, to women's, and to whoever else I'm leaving out. And this needed to be reflected in the budget, but I have respectfully requested 2 board members for $50,000 this fiscal year for programs to make recommendations to the board to fund various pilot projects, which hopefully will create a virtuous cycle of new programs being funded. And I would like to put in the board's mind a bigger ask for fiscal 23. Randy Bauer gave me a no when I quoted an actual number. I mean, really, what I'm looking for right now is for fiscal 22. the budget needed to reflect this as long as the will of the board is, you know, that the money be found somehow for 50,000 for programs distributed to various programs.
So noted, thank you. Any other discussion? Get a call for a vote on the budget. All those in favor of approving the 2021 to 23 budget, raise your credentials. All opposed, including minor quibbles. The budget passes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have the report by our Executive Director, Carol Meyer.
Good morning, everyone. I won't fully echo what Mike has said, but it really has been a strange year plus, and we really appreciate the patience and the grace that you've shown us as we worked through things we never expected would land in our laps. So thank you for your understanding and for sticking with us through what have been really difficult times throughout this pandemic. Slide. I don't have the. Oh, no, it's okay if you don't mind changing for me. So I put together just some numbers so you could see the membership trends year over year. And, you know, membership went from like $95,000 at the end, or 95,000 members at the end of 2020 fiscal year, down to like 54,000 at the end of fiscal year that ended May 31. And that wasn't our low point. We started to see the trend reverse sometime in April or May. So we hit bottom in April with the rebounding, and that rebound has continued throughout the summer, which is amazing because that's normally our slowest time of year for membership sales. So we've started this year off tremendously strong. Having suffered, you can see the declines in our major membership categories, from senior down to scholastic. You know, they are what they are, and we hope next year we'll see those year-over-year numbers with green upward arrows rather than downward red arrows. Next slide, please, Dan. In terms of membership type, and I think Maureen Grimaud asked this at yesterday's budget workshop, what were the actual numbers? And so these are the categories of members before we made the transition June 1. You can see in real numbers, I know it's a little small. We had something like a 35% increase or decrease year over year, and from 2 fiscal years ago, it was something like 40% decrease in membership numbers. You know, if your services aren't able to be delivered, people aren't going to show up, and so it makes a lot of sense. But again, I think the development of more robust online play opportunities, the addition of rating systems for more online play, just helped us live through the past year, and we're grateful to everybody who not only played, but to those organizers who embraced the opportunity to provide online play to their customers or the members of their local clubs. So, next slide, please. So, you'll see a huge drop off again in rated play. Most of what we've been reporting in recent years is about over-the-board play. We were up in the $850,000 range of rated games 2 years ago, and we dropped pretty significantly this past year. You can barely see the little blue bar for the fiscal year that just ended. But where we saw an increase, not surprisingly, is in the number of rated games online in all of its forms. So while they don't make up the difference between what was lost, we did see substantial growth in rated play, and US Chess rated play is a very small fraction online play that's going on. We know people who are playing a lot of chess across all the different platforms. We just didn't get the games weren't always US Chess rated, and that's okay. We're glad that people found ways to continue to be engaged during the pandemic. The next set of slides, I just want to give a few highlights of different activities that we've done throughout the past year. We were involved with 4 national events online, plus, of course, the invitationals that we run were also run online. And, you know, a lot of growing pains and learning opportunities through some of those events. But I think by the end of the year, we had reached a really nice spaces of how those events were run, how the flow of those events should happen. And that wasn't us alone. That was, you know, the Scholastic Council working with us to develop rules that made sense, and tournament directors, the platform providers, you know, all of us together are creating a really nice ecosystem of activity that benefits people who love to play chess. And a big thank you to everybody who's been involved in that in the past year. A lot of you know, because you run events yourselves, you've been on national events, the board, midway through last year, just made a decision to allow an organizer to run them online. It was just, we were getting request after request, and we didn't want to be the hold-up for those decisions, so but we just had a blanket policy. I think it was through the end of the fiscal year or through June, to allow an organizer to convert an event that they had been awarded to online play. We hope that flexibility helped you meet the demands that you had and the obligations you needed to meet to make this event successful. Fun Fong and Michael West, who, and Chris Bird of our staff team, worked very hard on a task force that the board appointed in looking at correspondence chess and performing a refresh on that. And there's ADM in the delegates call for your consideration around a set of new rules that are being proposed, among other things. We lost Alex Dunn from our team last fall, and so we needed to scramble quickly and try to figure out how to make that program more sustainable than it's been in recent years. So thank you, Fun and Michael and the whole task force for the work you've done. And then FIDE, and more FIDE, and more FIDE. And once they figured out how to run an online event, they slammed us. Like two events a week they were announcing. We just couldn't keep up, finding people. It was insane. And the model is different, and the requirements imposed on us as the National Federation, because they have their online events are, you know, this hybrid model where you can play remotely, but you play from a common space, and you have to have tournament directors there on site. So it's facility rentals, and we're on the hook for providing that, and we're not the organizers, so we don't have much ability to recover those costs. It's not a good model for the way we operate, and we hope to have some discussions, Michael, you hear this, with FIDE about making this more workable and giving federations more notice about things that are coming down the pike. Sometimes we were given 10 days notice before we had to provide names of players for these events. It was challenging, to say the least. Next slide. I think everybody is aware that we have a very robust program for women and girls led by Women Grandmaster Jen Shahadi, who's a member of our staff team. The things that they were doing at national events, they moved online and then added things. And you can see from the numbers I got from Jen, they ran a total of 78 girls club events since the pandemic started, so it's just over a year, including 12 with the Lighthouse Chess Club, which is run by Judith Kagaru from Kenya, and having this, you know, cultural connection with another continent, a group of girls from another continent who love chess. And Jen has been a real tremendous addition to our team in this new role she's in. She's also been running women's classes. I sat in a bunch of them. They were still a little too advanced for me, but those have been very popular among adult women. And then there's been the Mad Women's Book Club that's been meeting on a monthly basis, which has also been really popular. And she's been able to sprinkle in visits from top players, both men and women, to visit the girls' club and interact with kids and adults who participate. It's no secret that in the past year we did a lot of governance online, starting with the 2 special delegates meetings that we had last year. Those were a necessity for US Chess to be able to carry on the regular business of the organization like we do at this particular meeting, but also things that had come up during the year that needed to be managed. That's where the nominating committee, for one example, came from. So nobody wants to be on a Zoom call for five hours, but and 2 days in a row. But we managed to power through. We learned a lot in doing it, and I think it informed how we this past year, were able to run committee meetings and monthly plus extra board meetings throughout the pandemic. It's been amazing how facile we've become with the technology to enable our work. Next slide. Another thing that we started to fill space, but because there was a real need and we want to get back to doing more of this, is professional development for all different kinds of US Chess members. There were a lot of TV training things that Mike and others, Chris Bird had a YouTube show that he was doing weekly, just to kind of get things out there to be discussed when issues, maybe there's not general agreement on stuff. And so we put a lot of effort in the early days of the pandemic to doing those things, and we know that they were very popular. A couple weeks ago, we did a new delegate seminar for people who were coming to this event, and we had about a dozen people attend that, and I think it went really well. A number of seasoned delegates helped provide the content, and people, when they arrived on site, we have felt better prepared than they would have had they not had that opportunity. A different kind of development here. Next slide. So there's already been some talk about the fundraising program at US Chess. Our fundraising director, Jeff Isaac, joined us in October 2018, and we just started putting building blocks in place. And we're building, capacity for individual giving, high capacity giving, grants, sponsorships, and legacy giving. And we've had some very, very nice success in the early going, but it takes sustained effort, and we appreciate all the efforts of people in this room and beyond who have helped connect us, have sent a donation in to support the mission work that we do, and it's tremendously gratifying to see how much support there is for the work that you all do as much as what we do at US Chess, because it's important work, and a lot of people benefit from being involved with the game, and we want to be able to grow the opportunities for people to get involved in chess. Just a little bit of historic data from where we came. The green bars are the number of people, the green bars are the levels of funds given. Last year, 2 years ago, was just a real breakout year for us, in part due to some endowed gifts that we got in very close succession. That was an unusual year in a good way. And then this year, you can see we didn't backtrack to prior levels. And so we expect to be able to sustain a fairly high level of giving to US Chess, and are excited about what that does for our community. I wanted to acknowledge that we've had a lot of change in the past year, not just because of the pandemic, but because of, life. And as I think Mike mentioned, we added a CFO contractor to our team. I want to give a big thanks to Alan Priest, who for many years, he served as our CFO in a volunteer capacity. And Alan helped the board with others get the finances right for this organization and put in appropriate structures to protect the funds that were being raised, to protect the money, put the right guardrails up so that bad things don't happen to US Chess again. And so Alan, I want to publicly acknowledge everything that you've done to help us get headed in the right direction. Last year was difficult. We had several staff, longtime staff, move on. Joan Du Bois, who had been with us for half a century. Gosh, that's like unheard of, right? Alan Cantor, 30 years. Tracy Lee, 34 years. And of course, Susan Cantor, who retired shortly before she passed away, had been with us for 15 years. We feel those losses every day. And our staff size is actually smaller than it was pre-pandemic, so everybody's taking on more, but those transitions are really, really bittersweet. But we've also welcomed the team of Corey's. Corey Cormick, who I think a lot of people know, he is our ratings and technical manager, and Corey Kennedy, who is our new art director, and they've both hit the ground running as really great contributors to our team. And then finally, I want to move to the EB. It's a tremendous pleasure to work with this group of people here, during really difficult times. But I want to especially acknowledge Ryan Velez, who couldn't be here this week. And Ryan, for those of you who were fortunate enough to be involved with him on the committee that he was a liaison for, he poured his heart into everything he did. He always showed up, and he was always willing to do so. So, Ryan, if you ever are listening to this at some point, I want to thank you for what you did for all of us. And then, of course, I want to give a nice welcome to John Fernandez and Kevin Pryor, both of whom are sitting out here in the audience. They'll be joining the EB formally after the end of this meeting. Finally, I want to continue to express my gratitude to a lot of different people and organizations. First of all, I want to say thank you to our big sponsors, the St. Louis Chess Club, the US Chess Trust, the Internet Chess Club, Chess.com, the New Jersey State Chess Federation, who not only welcomed us to their state, but they also put some funding into the US Open so that we could have a better event. Thank you, Steve and Leroy. I wanted to acknowledge our major donors. We've been, people who are giving at a level that deserves special recognition. I'm not going to read off the names, but it's important for everybody to know that these gifts are important. But so are the gifts that come in at the $10 and $50 and $100 level. We have a range of giving at US Chess, and it's so important to see the work that can be done when a community rallies to support the things it cares about. And so I want to thank not just our sponsors and our major donors, but everybody who gives to US Chess. I also want to thank our volunteers, from the board to our committee chairs, our committee members, and people who just sort of show up and help move stuff. We've got people who carry boxes in the hallway, or they serve as runners. You don't have to do that, but that's how these these things get to work just a little bit better. So thank you for everything that you do as delegates and the other roles you play. And for those who were not in the staff forum yesterday, I want to publicly acknowledge my staff team who, in the past year, everybody stepped up and did more than was in their written job description. It's such a privilege to work with such a great, dedicated group of people. And for those of you in the room, thank you. And such a pleasure to work with each and every one of you. And with that, I will.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to comment to Carol. I know you have referred in past years, in recent years, to the value of the required minimum distribution that some of us older folks are starting to get as a way to contribute without the tax, without losing the tax benefit. Kay and I have increased our charitable giving by several $1,000s because we got old enough to start getting the RMDs. And I expect that'll go way up this year, and some of them will go to USCL. So I just wanted to emphasize that as fundraising too. Some people may not know about it.
Thank you, John. If anybody has questions about that, they can either talk to Jen Isaac, who unfortunately has gone home, wasn't feeling well, so he doesn't go home. Or myself, people can assist with that, and that's for people who have 401ks and they reach a certain age and you're required to start to do a drawdown of that by IRS regulation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Next up, we have Dan Lucas, who's our Senior Director of Strategic Communications.
Having some trouble? Oh, there we go.
So I have a copy of Joel Benjamin's new book, World Champion Chess for Juniors, a signed copy, that I will award for free to the first person who can tell me what the significance of the music I just played was. And Alexi Ruth's hand went up first.
That's the intro music to your podcast by Alex.
That is correct. I will give you this book shortly. I can tell you Alexi has made up something of a sideline about winning communications department's contest. So the communications department is still a relatively new area for US Chess, so I want to frame my discussion with everything that we do as a department. It ranges from print magazines on down to servicing our internal customers. As far as print publications, Chess Life, of course, our flagship publication, no further discussion there. Chess Life Kids goes to our members that are 13 and under, but we also do other publications such as the annual report. And if you haven't seen the annual report for this year, it is back on the governance desk, so feel free to pick up a copy during the meeting. We also do the delegates call, we do election ballots, we do tournament programs, and there's always various odds and ends as well throughout the year that we deal with. Chess Life Online is a major area of concern for us. Almost any newsworthy event comes up on Chess Life Online at uschess.org. Press releases are a regular part of our duties. This is just a snippet from when Bobby Mishra became the world's youngest grandmaster. Email blasts, we do this in two prongs. One is we send them out on behalf of organizers and affiliates, but we also send out US Chess specific messages as well. Social media, that involves Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube. So all of those areas, this is an example of a recent tweet and an example of our Instagram page. Podcasts, as we just discussed, one of them, One Move at a Time, is the show that I do. It drops on the second Tuesday of each month. And I talk to anybody who is advancing our US Chess mission statement. I encourage you to listen to this coming Tuesday show where my guest is Mike Nolan. And you will learn everything you've ever wanted to know about Robert's Rules of Order. On the first Tuesday, Cover Stories with Chess Life, hosted by our Chess Life Online editor, John Hartman. And on the third Tuesday is Ladies Night with Jennifer Shahadi, where she talks to women advancing the cause of chess. And National Events Assistant Events Director Pete Karayanis does our fourth Tuesday show, Chess Underground, where he talks about eccentricities and peculiarities in the world of chess. And servicing our internal customers, essentially other departments that need the help of communications, usually that boils down to graphics needs. These are just a few examples. The first one is the rule book. We had the brand new Chapter 10 Internet Rules this year, and working with Tim Just and the Rules Committee, we updated the print edition that's available exclusively through US Chess Federation sales, and the Kindle version, which is available online at Amazon.com. We create many logos. The K-12 Showdown is just one of many that we created in the past year. We created the event medallions for the US Open Invitational events. This year we added a brand new medal for the John T. Irwin National Tournament of Senior State Champions. And we also updated the banners this year for all of those US Open Invitationals. But this is just a drop in the bucket of how we service internal customers. So now that we have a framework of what it is we do, I want to talk about how we put this all together when we have a major story to share. And we put together a coordinated communications campaign. And the big story that I wanted to cover as an example this year is John D. Rockefeller V's gift, that we made a major push to get the word out there to not just the chess world, but the mainstream world as well. Of course, Chess Life magazine cover story was going to be one of the major issues. This is just the opening two-page spread from that issue. But it was also a Chess Life Kids story, because this affected our members that are under the age of 13, because we added the Rockefeller event for K-5. But it was also educational in that we were able to bring in chess history and talk about things such as what is philanthropy. We made an extra special effort with our press release. We didn't just use our typical black and white press release for this one, and it was released to, of course, the entire chess world, all of our more than 200 contacts that we have for individuals and organizations, but we also sent it in a very targeted way to major news outlets like the New York Times and network news shows. But it was also targeted even further down to business publications and philanthropy magazines. As I said, any story that's a big story for us is going to appear on CLO. But if you're a regular CLO reader, you know that the scrolling of the stories means that these stories eventually fall off the home page. So this is the kind of story that had legs. And we wanted to keep it in front of our members and the public, anybody that was interested, to come take a look. So on the home page, we added a whole big slider banner. You may have seen our rotating banners on the home page, but this is a way that we can keep a big story in front of people's eyes for an extended period of time. And to that point, we dropped this story right before Thanksgiving of last year. So John was my guest on One Move at a Time, and I encourage you to go listen to it in our archives. You can access it from our homepage at uschess.org. So the show drops on the second Tuesday of December, and so we're now like 3 weeks from when we first announced the story. There's a way of just keeping it going. Of course, social media is going to be a major prong in any time we want to announce a story to capture additional eyeballs. And you may be curious about how does a tweet react, or what kind of numbers do we get from that. On this particular tweet, we had over 27,000 impressions. Now, an impression is simply how often does the story appear on someone's scroll as they're looking through their phone or their laptop. But the more important number is engagements. And as you see here, we have over 600 engagements. That's how often someone clicks on the link, how often they like it, forward it, comment on it. Of course, it was included on Facebook, and also, while LinkedIn is not terribly important to us, for a story like this that has a business, philanthropy, development aspect, placing it on LinkedIn is an important thing, and people do tend to share it. So one thing that we do on a regular basis is kind of analyzing how specific types of stories do on the various platforms that we have. And so I want to take a look at another story we did and show how we kind of do that analysis. And the story was our spring membership campaign that we did when we were really suffering. And we put this on social media, we put it on our website, and we also communicated it via email to our members and former members. Now, you might remember that when I showed you the tweet from the Rockefeller story, we had over 27,000 engagements. This one, we only had 3,000 or so impressions, I meant to say, and only 22 engagements, a very low number. What we find is that if it's a story about our top players and top events, that's when Twitter is really important to us, and that's when people engage with it. These kinds of stories don't work so well on social media. Very surprisingly, and this is very hard to see, so I'll just point out, on our CLO story for our spring membership campaign, in the first week, we only had 30 people interacting with the story. Horrible number. People, when they come to our website, they want major chess news, they want analysis. Where it was successful was on email blasts. What we did was we sent this spring membership campaign email not only to all current members asking them to join or renew, but to former members going back 5 years, which was over 140,000 unique email addresses. And what we ended up with is over 22,000 unique opens, where people saw the email in their inbox, said, I'm interested in this, and I opened it. But more importantly, we had close to 700 people that clicked through on it to our link to join or renew. And my memory is we had a pretty good, a little bit of a membership uptick right after this happened. As social media continues to be a little bit of a conundrum, we did a YouGov study several years ago that showed that we had up to 70 million people in the US who expressed some sort of interest in chess. And I think the Queen's Gambit has kind of put the proof to that. So we would expect our social media numbers to be somewhat higher. They're not, the specific numbers here are not as important as the fact that all of them are trending upwards, slowly but surely. Outreach this year was a major component of communications. The Queen's Gambit, when it was released in November, between November and the end of the year, I probably fielded more media inquiries in that short time than I did in my previous 15 years on this job. There's no doubt that the level of mainstream interest rivaled that of Fischer's rise to the championship in '72. But there were a couple of other stories that generated a lot of mainstream interest as well. Bobby Mishra becoming the world's youngest grandmaster, breaking a 19-year-old record, which was pretty cool, and Tanya Adewumi becoming the youngest master, or our current youngest master. Some of the places that picked up press releases from us or talked to us, and we ended up getting the name US Chess or US Chess Federation in the news or in front of eyeballs. Some major places. New York Times did several stories about US chess and chess events. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, but even some surprising areas like Tennis.com and People Magazine, of all places, had the words US chess in their stories. So let me pause that a second. One of the ways we leverage this interest into Queen's Gambit, John Hartman, who's on screen on the right with, he's our Chess Life Online editor, and he was able to arrange interviews with Anya Taylor-Joy, the star of Queen's Gambit, along with a couple of other principals of the show. That little bit of sound that just played was a little low. Did it sound low to you? Can I try to raise it a little bit? I'm only going to show about a 10-second snippet of this.
I am with Chess Life magazine. Hi!
Okay, that's all I wanted to show you. He mentions Chess Life magazine, and the star of the Queen's Gambit gives us one of these. Well, he's still about 85. So the Queen's Gambit story, again, I mentioned the Rockefeller story had legs. The Queen's Gambit story absolutely did as well. And recently, I was contacted by the marketing department, specifically the Emmy marketing department from Netflix. The Primetime Emmy Awards that Queen's Gambit is up for happen next month. And they contacted me, and what they wanted to do was create a private landing page at uschess.org that would be sent to all the Emmy voters. And once they come to that site, they could then click through to US Chess Federation Sales' own landing page and purchase some branded chess material from us. And so as you see, working with Sean Sullivan, we were able to create, this was just part of it, this board with our logo along with the Queen's Gambit logo. You know, this is often a numbers game. You know, going to all these thousands of Emmy voters, who knows which influencer might be seeing our logo out there and be more curious about what is this US Chess Federation, and we just never know what that might be. Now, another story that was that generated a lot of mutual interest was when Tani became master. And I was able to work with a producer for NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt back in May. And we did a story, and I want to show you one of our bigger wins visually this year.
Tani Adewumi is always thinking about his next move. What's your grand goal?
Probably world champion.
You're thinking big, I love that. The 10-year-old just became the nation's newest chess master, ranking in the top.
And here's the win. We were able to get the Chess Life Kids cover for the June issue on the May edition of NBC Nightly News. This was before that issue was in print, and it was before it was available on our website. And one of the points I want to make about this is, you know, while we are a small shop, the benefit there is we can be nimble and pivot as necessary. And this was an example where we were able to move very fast and reap big rewards from it.
Tani,
and so I want to close by talking about the staff that makes this happen. We're a small team, but everybody that works in the communications department, like everywhere else in US Chess, is talented and dedicated. From the top, we have John Hartman, our Chess Life Online editor, who I'm very pleased to announce yesterday was named for the second time Chess Journalist of the Year by the CGA. Belinda Matthews, who is with us today here, she is our publications editor, and under that title, her main responsibility is editor of Chess Life Kids magazine. That's not good because it's plugged into next on our list is Corey Kennedy, who is our brand new art director, who has already put his stamp on US Chess. I also want to point out about Corey Kennedy and Corey Cormick that we seem to be going back to the 1980s with Russian K names working at US Chess. Natasha Roberts is our creative content coordinator, and her main responsibility is at doing the graphic design for Chess Life Kids. On the next row, Brian Gerald is our digital assistant, and many of the stories that you see on Chess Life Online have been penned by him. And last is International Master Ron Burnett, who approves and reviews all TLAs that organizers and affiliates submit. He is also our technical editor, and he reviews all the chess that goes in the magazine. He prevents us from giving a move a triple exclam, but it really just allows me one. So, thank you very much for your time and attention, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain them. Yes, ma'am.
Have you explored the platform TikTok?
The question was, have we explored the platform TikTok? No. Yeah, we don't need US Chess business going to Chinese government organizations. No, that's not. It's, yeah, we do look at it. The time's not right for us on that one. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, next up, and after Boyd's presentation, Alan, before yours, we'll take a 10-minute break for folks. So our director of events, Boyd Reed.
Good morning. So this is the report of the events department. This will cover events directly organized by US Chess since my last report to delegates in August of 2020, and we'll cover also some international developments since then. So this is the top story of 2021. Thought that this molecule's pretty much defined everything that my department has done, was supposed to do, and unfortunately has not had the opportunity to do over the last 12 months. These are unfortunately the two big events we had to wipe off the schedule in 2020, 2021. This does not include the US Junior Open and Senior Open that got canceled in June of last year and this year. So obviously we don't like canceling national events, especially super nationals. So the question was, how do we proceed? And so we went with some online replacements, and things are not aligned here correctly. I apologize. I must have had on some goggles when I put this together. So we came up with some online replacement events in consultation with the executive board and the Scholastic Council to replace the two big Scholastic events we lost. Just to note, there isn't a really good way to replace the over-the-board events. The experience isn't going to be the same, but we simply were trying to provide some avenue for people, especially kids, to be able to play, given that we couldn't really bring everybody together as usual. So we realized up front that one of the biggest challenges we would face was scaling. We weren't sure, we didn't know what we didn't know going into this, and we did consult with independent organizers, and the council and the board also lent me a 3-person advisory committee, which was a great help in helping you get these off the ground. But as I said, you don't really know what you don't know until you do it. So this event was a really good example of that. K-12 Showdown was designed to be an online replacement for the K-12 grades. And the organization that won the bid for it was a combination of chess.com and ChessKit. And so we thought that would be a good idea since ChessKit is aimed toward much younger players, generally speaking. And will also divide up server load for the two events. Unfortunately, despite the fact that we got a lot of entries, we discovered that we had some significant issues with using pairings that were not generated by the server, which was our preference. We wanted to pair using our own pairing programs, and we had immense amounts of trouble getting results off of the ChessKit server, to the point where we ultimately had to unfortunately cancel the K-5 sections of the Showdown. That was a rather expensive move, but it did teach us a couple of valuable lessons which we believe we carried forward to future events. We did have a number of postmortems with chess.com, the executive board, the Scholastic Council, to discuss what went wrong and how to not repeat those errors. So one of the ideas from Pete Karayanis, the assistant director of events, once we awarded the K-12 Showdown bid to chess.com, was that we should try to get some non-championship event with ICC so we could evaluate them, similar to what we did with the online elementary in 2020 for ChessKit. So we went with ICC to run the ICC US Chess Online Rapids, and this was an event that actually went very smoothly. I'd like to say it was because of the chief tournament director, but the truth is, the reason why it went smoothly is because ICC had made the decision to invest in integrating their platform with a major pairing program, in this case SwissSys, which we don't typically use for our national events, but the integration allowed us to get pairings in and out without any application layer or intermittent work, which made running the event very, very easy from my point of view. So we did not have any significant issues with that event at all. And most importantly, it provided us a really good framework to use for the spring events that we were already thinking about replacing. A word about replacing the spring events. We did get a lot of criticism for waiting later to do some of that. I don't think it's unjustified criticism, but I think people should keep in mind that we have existing site contracts with a lot of places, and the ability to exercise what is known as the force majeure clause in the contract typically depends upon us not being able to hold the event because of governmental or municipal restrictions that make it commercially impracticable. Please keep that phrase in mind, you'll be hearing it a lot, to hold an event. So we had to wait until we could actually, say we can't have this because the mayor or the governor says we can't do it. That's later than some people would like. We understand that, but at the same time, we're not especially keen on paying 6 figures in cancellation fees. So once we realized we had to cancel Super Nationals, and the city of Nashville cooperated, making it possible for us to exercise force majeure, we had a plan in mind with the Scholastic Council for a possible replacement. And what got hammered out eventually was the National Online Scholastic Championship. Now, attempting to hold all of that in one weekend online gave me the sweats at night. I could not imagine trying to put that many players in an online event in one weekend. So we decided to split it up between 2 qualification weekends where we would offer team prizes with no national championship titles and not have video monitoring, and a championship weekend where we would offer national championships to individuals and have video monitoring. So it did help that ICC provided us a number of experienced managers. They also hired some US Chess Cognoscenti to work on their end while we ran the event. So qualification weekend 1 drew well over 900 players, and it was for players in K-12 and K-9. You folks will recognize that as basically our way of replacing the national high school and national junior high. And this event, we went with a hybrid administration model. And that's because one of the lessons we learned from the K-12 showdown was that having communication between section chiefs and parent chiefs was critical. We needed to be able to move on the fly and check things, and it was a lot easier to do that, I felt, if we did that in person. Plus, some of our existing networking, as far as our backroom machines and internal network, would work really well for this type of an event, but there was no need to have the floor staff travel as well. So we had the floor TDs and the chief TD working from home. So this ended up cutting our costs to administer the event. And the event had a couple of small challenges. The primary issue we had was communicating with folks about issues with fair play. As one might expect, there were a lot of contentious parents and players who said, I'm being cheated. And, we made sure every one of those complaints was forwarded to the fair play team at ICC. But at the same time, it's worth recognizing that not every server has the exact same methodology. Some are different. And the key for us is that the methodology being used for this event, as with the K-12 showdown, was being used with the explicit endorsement of the executive board. So we thought that worked pretty well. Qualification weekend 2 was a few weeks later, and we went the same format for hybrid administration. That drew over 1,500 players, and I'm sorry, slightly over 1,600 at the end. And that was for the elementary players and also the primary school players, so 4 divisions that weekend. We hired a lot more staff because we realized dealing with younger kids and their parents was going to be a bit of a challenge. So that was a very good event. We felt, even though, when you're dealing with parents of younger players, they can be a little bit more frazzled. Anyone with a child in grades K through 6 can probably relate. But we thought that event went well also. And the top finishers in each division of the first 2 qualification weekends advanced to championship weekend, based on qualification requirements set by the Scholastic Council. Generally speaking, about the top 10% of players in each division in the qualifier advanced to championship weekend. Although we did not require video monitoring for the qualification weekends because we thought that would be really difficult given the number of new players and the differences between folks in various areas, and the idea of trying to manage several thousand video feeds in the case of qualification weekend 2. We did require video monitoring for championship weekend, which is a lot easier because we were dealing with about 250 players. So that event was entirely remote, and it was slightly shorter in terms of 6 rounds. We also gave a longer time control. Both these were rules set by the Scholastic Council for this event, as they were for all 3 of these. And we ended up crowning 12 national co-champions or outright champions in these 6 divisions combined. So what did we learn from all of this? Aside from the fact that I personally would hope to never have to organize a set of these events again. 3 big lessons I felt. One was that online events just do not scale the way open board events do. It is extremely, my feeling is once you get past about 400 or 500 players, the scalability starts to break down. And once you get over 1,000 players, God help you. And second, the right approach to implementing online events, in my opinion, is gradual is gradual. You try to think of what will work. You try to translate what you know works from a given event. You bring it in, you try it, and you analyze it. If it doesn't work, you figure out ways to tweak things, and if it does work, you carry it over. It's going to be a process. It's not something where we thought we were going to get it right out of the box. We hoped to. Obviously, we didn't. And that's something I take direct responsibility for with the showdown, as I do with everything in the events department. But we believe that we learned from our mistakes and from advice from other organizers and from our executive board, and we improved steadily over the next several events that we held. The last thing is that, we've decided to go with an approach whereby we have fair play algorithms that are validated by endorsement from the executive board after review by the ratings committee. Not, as I mentioned earlier, not every online provider does things the same way. So where in particular, some providers may blow the whistle, so to speak, earlier than others do. And the key for us is not to determine which, us being the events department, we don't take a position on which we feel is better. Instead, we require that any server that holds these events have a fair play process that is validated by that endorsement, and then we trust the process. I don't think we have any choice other than to do that. We can't edit the process, it's not ours to edit. We don't control the servers, they aren't ours. We rely on the expertise of the ratings committee and the analysis of the executive board. And we were consulted primarily through work of Pete Karianis, who worked with the EB on a lot of the validation routines that were brought up. But at the end of the day, when we hold an event on a server, I think it's important that we trust the methodology of the server that we're holding it on. If someone has a problem with the methodology, they should bring it up to the board. But once we schedule the event on that platform, we're going to use the rules of the platform. So there were a number of other online activities that we went through this last year, especially at the start of the pandemic, mid-year and such. We got hammered with requests middle of last year for tournaments because people weren't holding any and everybody wanted to play. So we established morning membership events, which were held by Chris Bird primarily. And what we did with those was we tried to schedule them for a time of day where they wouldn't conflict with anyone. So we picked mornings around 11 a.m. And the idea was they were just blitz events, game fives, no prizes except memberships. People paid a small entry fee, it was $5 to play. And they were always intended to just tide us over until the affiliates started holding more events. We are very sensitive to competing with affiliates, we don't want to do that. But if there's literally a vacuum and people come to us and say, we need tournaments, this is what we did. And we did this for about 4 or 5 months until affiliates really started transitioning to online delivery, and then we phased them out pretty quickly. We did have a couple of international online matches that I was able to organize, one with Romania and one with Ireland, and those were players of various ratings. We tried to balance the ratings out when we had those matches, so they gave us a roster, and since we had more players to choose from in most cases, we tried to pick players where we had an even matchup. And both of those were very fun matches, I thought. They were actually pretty nice to organize, and there was a lot of international cooperation. I can speak kindly to matches because we've managed to win both. But win or lose, the players actually enjoyed having the opportunity to represent the U.S. informally in those. There's also the TD show, which was a weekly online stream by Chris Bird. We hosted on Twitch, and he would have guests from the TD ranks to talk about various rules issues or organizing issues, and he had trivia contests at the end. I tried to win them, but apparently he wouldn't give me the answers ahead of time. Incidentally, we are looking for a new FIDE events manager. If anyone wishes to apply, please email Carol Meyer. That's not true, by the way. So the TV show was a good time. I think a lot of people enjoyed having that resource available, and that was something that, something else we were trying to do to fill the void again, to give people some sort of content. And I want to say a word about both chess.com and ICC. They have been invaluable partners with us in trying to organize these events. The challenge of trying to organize a national event, especially one where pairings are not being made on the server, is immense. And they both stepped up to the mark to assist us. I feel that they have both proven themselves to be valuable partners, and I hope to work with both again in the future. So international events. I'm fortunate to spend a little more time on this than I thought I would start the year. So obviously most over-the-board events around the world were canceled, although coming into this year there have been a few more. US Chess made the decision fairly early to not send delegations abroad, which I personally support 100%. Well, as it turns out, FIDE is an organization that in terms of budget is about the size of US Chess, and when they don't have over-the-board events, what happens? They look for ways to raise money. Their decision is they will push out online events, either hybrid or entirely online. Well, that's really nice, except that they do it about once every 2 to 3 weeks. And we, of course, for a lot of events, use qualification criteria if the event is established. These are brand new events. We clearly don't have criteria for them, so many of my days involve getting a frantic email from Chris saying, there's another event, how do we determine who qualifies? I grab a coin, I flip it a couple of times and say, this is the standards we use. And then Carol says, well, what about this? I go, oh crap, I forgot about that. Let's try this instead. And through trial and error, we eventually come up with something that remotely resembles a qualification method for this event. Doing that one time is okay. We've had to do it about a dozen times this year so far. It's rough, to put it mildly, especially when we don't have a government financing the operation of the Federation. So, I've been advised by our zonal president that FIDE is not likely to change this model anytime soon, at least while we are still in the pandemic. So this is fair warning to the US Chess community. We are probably going to have to turn down participating in some of these events because we just can't keep up. There's just no way, especially with over-the-board chess starting to come back, and the number of people we have handling different duties that have been kind of consolidated out of necessity. As with any other organization, we've had, right sizing, and as a result, everybody's doing more things than they had originally planned to do. So we have to figure out a way to, say no on some of these, and that is not intended to deprive players of playing opportunities. We want them to play, but we want to be fair about how we do it, and the workload for our event staff, particularly our FIDE events manager, is virtually unmanageable if we try to do every single event. It's just not something we can handle. So there have been, amazingly enough, some new FIDE titles within the last year. Some people have chosen to brave the elements and go out in search of norms and titles, and we've had a number of people succeed. As you can see, these are chess life covers with two of our more popular aspirants. The gentleman on the right, Abhimanyu Mishra, his title is still conditional, but we do not expect any issues with it being approved. It's not conditional, I'm sorry, it's in process, my apologies. Okay, now on this screen, there are a few errata and omissions. As I will leave it up there for you folks to read, I will cover the omissions with my errata, with my apologies to everyone else. I got some updates from Chris Bird today that updated a previous list that was sent out for recent title achievements. Peter Giannatos actually has been awarded the IA title since our last update. Ellen Wang directly won her Women's International Master title. There are a number of, in addition, there are a number of applications in process. As I mentioned, Abhimanyu Mishra and David Brodsky both have Grandmaster applications in process. We don't anticipate any issues with that. Dalia Cervantes has a Women's Grandmaster application in process. Balaji Daggupati, Kyron Griffith, and Jason Liang are all pending IM approval by the Presidential Board. And Andre Harding and Samuel Shoigat, even old enough to be are both going to be FIDE arbiters and peers very shortly. And congratulations to all of our title achieving members. We continue to support their work. So, future plans. The first bullet point is going to be important. This pandemic is going to fundamentally change some of the things we do in national events over the board. Some of it will be relatively short term, some of it's going to be longer term. I am going to give you the caveat right now that I don't know what all the long-term effects are going to be. I'm simply saying that there will be a non-zero number of those. If you want a concrete example, there's a real question as to whether staff dinners after the event are going to happen in the near future. Certainly, at least in buffet style. We do intend to proceed with the 2021 National K-12 grades. There will be a comprehensive mask policy in effect for that event. We do intend to proceed with the spring 2022 events as scheduled. As we all know, you can't really say now what will happen in the spring, but if those events proceed, there's a strong chance that they will also have a mask requirement, although that may change from event to event as circumstances change. So one of the decisions from the spring events was that US Chess would establish some recurring online events. We don't want to disappear from the online realm, but we will establish a couple of scholastic events and probably one open event that will be held online. These will be made available for bid. Bidding requirements will be largely based on scholastic events, on rules set by the Scholastic Council. They are determining those, and once those are set, they'll be included as part of the bid requirements. As some of you may know, we scheduled the 2023 and 2025 National K-12 grades for the Marriott Wardman Park, which, as with many other hotels, is no longer with us. So we are looking for replacement sites for those two events. We are close to making a decision on some submitted replacement bids for those. We are evaluating the possibility of sending delegations to 2022 international events. Before anyone starts to think that I'm saying we're going to send them, I will give you a note of caution. As far behind as you may think we are in the United States in terms of vaccination, many places in the world are much further behind. And the question is, can we send groups safely? If I had to give an answer right now, it would be no. But we have to see how things progress. That's going to be a challenge going forward. Last line, please circle that, highlight it, bold it, tattoo it if you like, not on me. I don't know what's going to happen. I think most of you who have asked me questions about future events in the last year, that's been my response. I don't know. It's incredibly frustrating. My first few years in this job, I had a pretty good idea of what would happen from year to year. Pardon my French, but I don't have the first damn clue what's coming 6 months from now. I don't know. So much of it depends upon things that haven't happened yet. And I don't know what's going to happen in this country with COVID. I don't know what sites are going to be open or closed. I didn't think this event was happening until late May. So, a lot of those things I don't control. The events department enforces policy but the policies that we enforce are not set by us. So once I'm told what to do, I follow the marching orders as best I can to set up a good event. But I don't know what's going to be decided for us to do. And I don't have any way of predicting attendance. I don't have any way, I mean, this event I predicted low 400s max. My crystal ball obviously is a bit cracked. So I just don't know what people are going to do. And I don't know what we're going to do with a lot of these things. I can tell you what my plans are, but as I tell my son all the time, if you really want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. I do want to spend a few minutes talking about the gentleman on the screen here because I would have been absolutely buried without their collective assistance this past year. I've spent the longest time of 3 working directly in US Chess with Pete Karianis. The story goes that we had a deep applicant pool for that position. I guess people figured it wasn't too hard to improve on the previous assistant director of events. And Pete was not my first choice, but I was won over by his interview and by his recommendations, and my boss really, really, really liked it. I said, okay, sure, let's go with it. I'm really glad we did. Pete has been instrumental in not only helping me run all aspects of the department, he's taken a big leadership role in our online work. His contacts at both servers, both chess.com and ICC, have come in invaluable to us. He's proven to be very versatile in terms of organizing our streaming at events, and he also does a podcast for US Chess. He is handling our event contracts for directors now, background checks. He does a lot of the advanced logistics that need to happen for these events, and with the consolidation of responsibilities that has seen me spending a lot of time dealing with IT, I don't know what I'd do without him. We were surprised when we decided to, we need to find a new FIDE events manager, that this next gentleman's application even came across. I've known Chris Berg for many years. In fact, Frank Guadalupe and I hired him as the chief tournament director for Super National 6, of course he's run many national championship events through the St. Louis Club. Chris is detail-oriented to a degree that I didn't think was really possible, which is really good when dealing with FIDE stuff, because if I am, when I get a question now, I know I can just ask Chris, and more often than not, he can give me a response off the top of his head, usually typed from his cell phone within a few minutes of me actually asking him. I understand FIDE operations, but I'll be darned if I can actually keep track of everything the way he does. Now, in addition to this, if that was all he did, he would earn a salary. Of course, that's not all he does. With the retirement of Alex Dunn, Chris took over correspondence chess directing responsibilities, which has turned out to be a much bigger investment of time than I ever thought possible. But he is dealing with a situation there where there's a lot of stuff that isn't documented. Anyone who's been with US Chess before will not be surprised to hear that. So he's had to kind of create a lot of processes as he goes and document everything. He also handles TD certification for US Chess. So again, Chris has really, really, really stepped up and pulled more than his weight in terms of the work he does. Now, Corey Cormick, I need to say a couple words about too, because as we all know, we all admired and we all very much miss Susan Cantor. I did not know where I was going to find a jack of all trades to fill her role, because there were so many things when Susan was out that people would come in and say, well, what do we do with this? I don't know. I usually just send it to Susan and it goes off to the land of magical doneness and it happens. I don't know. So I had to learn a lot of procedures on the fly, similar to what happened when Mike Nolan retired. Mike, by the way, thank you for putting me up at your house. But I didn't know where we were going to find somebody with a combination of inside knowledge and analytical ability. Corey is basically Susan with an IA title, which I can't tell you the advantages of flexibility we have, because he can step into literally anything, and he has. He's been involved heavily with membership, ratings, rating adjustments, dealing with invitational events for US Chess, rating lists. I really don't know, again, the amount of work he's handling is the job of two people, which is very similar to what Susan did. Susan had different responsibilities, but she had a ton of work on her plate too. And Corey gives us an extra flexibility that allows us to be almost everywhere at once. Between Pete, Chris, and Corey, they managed to make me look good, which, as my petition will tell you, is a rather challenging task. So, we are here to serve the members and the players of US Chess. I thank all of you for your time and your continued understanding. We navigate a set of challenges that, had I known these were coming in 2018, I would have turned down the job. But I figure, as Winston Churchill says, when you find yourself going through hell, keep going. So at this point, I'll take questions.
Giant thank you to you for all your work.
That's why I've been hitting medium bucks.
Lawrence Cohen, I do have a question as far as the FIDE events are concerned for next year. You say we probably won't be able to send people abroad, which is highly understandable. With their new format of doing things, is there any consideration to the idea of finding some single site within the US to gather the players for the hybrid playing of one of those events?
Okay, well, first of all, good morning, Mr. Cohen. Second, it's funny that you mentioned that, because we are, as of right now, scrambling furiously to see if we can even possibly have a tournament site for a online youth event that was supposed to have online and only qualifiers, but now the organizers have scrapped the online qualifiers and just qualified everyone straight to the final. Yay for participation trophies. So, the problem is that if we commit to, our normal method, as I'm sure you know, for getting a site is we contract with a hotel, preferably a meeting space, where we agree to sell a block of room nights, and in exchange we get the meeting space for free. We can't really do that with any reliability for these online events because we have no way of knowing how many rooms we're going to need. And if we have no way of knowing, we overbook and we fail to meet attrition, we are then on the hook for the meeting space costs. I mean, it's a crappy situation, to be honest with you, the way that they're doing it now, because a lot of countries are not geographically the size of the US. Luxembourg, even England, they don't have a problem having one national hall to do this stuff in. We actually commissioned a survey through Chris for this Pan-American youth thing they're trying to do online now. And the responses are predictably all over the map. And also predictably, people want it close to their home. Why? Because they intend to stay home and just drive to the tournament. Okay, well that helps them, but that means we're on the hook for meeting space costs, which are not budgeted. And as I am constantly reminded by my good friend, Mr. Unruh, things that are unbudgeted are bad. So, Chuck's pretty rough, so I don't want to provoke him. but seriously, that's a challenge, just finding the money to do it. We could pass the cost along to the players, but then again, we don't know how many players are gonna show up. And the higher you make the cost to attend, the less likely the players will be to show up. So, we could do it better if we were only a few events a year where we had to think about that. We don't have that luxury right now. So it's gonna be on a case-by-case basis to see what we do. That question is a big part of the reason why for a large number of these events, we're just gonna have to tell FIDE we can't participate probably. The combination of financial stress and trying to invite people in a somewhat fair manner without any previous standards is really, really challenging.
Thank you, Lloyd.
I was planning on taking a 10-minute break. But what we're going to do is, Alan, we're going to go ahead and press on with your report. We'll get those all the reports will be done and out of the way. Then we will take a break, and then we'll break for lunch altogether, a recess for lunch. And then when we come back in, we'll be able to start the more formal business that's on the agenda, with some of the additional ADMs. Thank you, Alan.
I promise this will be very short. I am not known for being short at the microphone, but I promise you that I will. I've been involved with the international aspect of what we do for longer than many people realize. And so when Frank had expressed some concerns about his desire and ability to continue with international travel, which is required in this role, I had the opportunity presented by the executive board to assume the role of the zonal president. The United States is a single nation zone, and we're zone 2.1. And that means, unlike certain areas of the world where there'll be multiple nations that have to have a qualifying championship for things like the World Cup, the United States, Russia, India, China, we all just have one nation involved in that zone. So we use our US Championship as the qualifying event for these international items. But the role of the zonal president is more involved in just getting people qualified for the World Cup and similar events. We also are involved with the relationships with our Continental Association. Continental Association, the CCA, does not build CCA, the other CCA. The North and South America are considered one continent under FIDE, and so it's important that we stay engaged with our colleagues in North, Central, and South America. A lot of the stuff with FIDE, some folks express concerns about how FIDE operates, and it's like most things. If you want to have an influence in what goes on, you have to show up. The U.S. has not consistently been great in the last 30 years at showing up. We've had individuals participate and be involved at the FIDE level. Beatrice, for example, Steve Doyle here in the room, and others, but a continuous and engaged plan that we coordinate and that is integrated with the executive board is very vital that we continue. So one of my roles is to work with our FIDE delegates, Mike Korkowski, as we integrate, as we work with FIDE to try to advance the interests of U.S. players. Now, one of the key things that we have coming up, as Boyd mentioned, international play is a real challenge right now. We saw what happened last spring when the COVID crisis hit in 20, and things like the World Senior event were going on, and they just abruptly stopped. FIDE tried to continue with things like the Challenger Series and the candidates tournament rather, and it just stopped. I just came back, last Saturday I was in Moscow for a FIDE meeting, and I know that they're going to try to hold the 2022 Olympiad in person in Moscow. Is it going to happen? Your guess is as good as mine. They're intending to have a General Assembly this fall, in November or December. They'd like to have it in person in the Middle East. Is it going to happen? Your guess is as good as mine. As Boyd mentioned, while our vaccine coverage is a challenge to a bit, when we go to certain other countries, it's nothing. So having those countries travel is a real difficult issue. So I was talking with the gentleman who was very involved with getting participants into Russia for World Cup, and with the travel trouble that they had and the number of cancellations that they had, my best guess is this fall the General Assembly is going to be virtual. And I'd say the odds today for the Olympiad actually happening in person are 50-50. One of the things that's important, as Boyd mentioned, the difference in US Chess and FIDE, the organizations monetarily are about the same size. But FIDE's funding comes from sponsorships of events. They don't have membership fees. The amounts that we pay to participate, pay with FIDE as a federation are relatively small, and the amounts that other organizations pay are small. So the main source of funding for FIDE are corporate sponsorships and sponsorships of events. When the events aren't happening, their money is pretty handsome. So that's where we stand. My best guess is like Boyd said, just watch and we'll see what happens because we just simply don't know. Sunil, you have a question?
Yes, I'm Sunil Virumatri in New York. I wanted to ask you this in person before, but I thought you were coming after the break. But anyway.
Okay.
Okay. So we are having an event next weekend in Chicago, which is the Pan American Youth. Last night I had a talk with the organizer who said that masking would not be required. I see on my report now that the governor of Illinois is requiring masking in schools. As this is a FIDE event and he's sort of deferring to FIDE, and you're the zonal president, would you, as the FIDE rep, require masking in Chicago, given the latest mandate?
I will tell you my personal opinion is if you want to avoid as much risk as possible, have people put on masks. And I'm talking about not just personal risk, but legal risk. So my guidance would be to require mask wearing.
Thank you, Alan. Having had a talk with the organizer last night who refused to require that, and I'm asking, because council voted last night at midnight unanimously to require masking in Chicago, and I was also told that this is a FIDE event, it's not a US Chess event, and so forth. So that's why I'm asking you.
Get with me after, and we'll get it coordinated.
Thank you.
I have folks that I can talk to who certainly can require that.
Out with some arms too, right?
Yeah. And just from that way, I do want to mention, and I'm going to stop with this, that I'm very much appreciative of the interaction that we have had with our Continental President, Jorge Vega, and with his associate, Grandmaster Darcy Lima of Brazil. Those two gentlemen have been sympathetic to the needs that we have, and we've developed a really great working relationship with them, from Ruth Herring and from Frank, and now with Michael and I. I very much appreciate those folks. They came to a US Chess Board meeting in the spring of 2020 to offer in-person condolences to our loss of Ruth Herring. So, I mean, that's the type of relationship that we have developed, and that's what's required at the international level. We must show up, and we must engage personally. And when we do that, we'll be able to represent the interests of our players and our organizers and our organization in the best possible way. If you're like me, you really like a break, so I am finished, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alan. The board stands in recess until 12:45 p.m. 12:45 p.m. Thank you. A couple of administrative announcements before we get started again. Up here in the front, we have copies of the budget in case anyone wants to take those, home with them. Okay, so the audited financial statement is what's up front. In addition, later, in a few minutes, we're going to get into some of the motions that came up from the membership meeting. There are the copies of those motions up here on the table also. So when Alan Priest introduces those motions from the floor, he's using the same piece of paper that's up here on the table. Okay. Our next order of business, the committee reports are all completed. And due to the constraints, of course, in time, we've got committee reports that are included in this, in the delegates call that we started doing a couple of years ago. So first up is ADM 2109, and I call upon Vice President of Finance, Chuck Unruh.
2109 is about our audit committee. The audit committee will play a very important role in the future, as in the past. And the recommendations we have that we'd like you, that I've nominated for the audit committee are Alan Priest, John Haskell, Randy Bauer, and myself. And we will form the team that works with the auditors and with the Carol in giving the information that's important to our auditors so that we have good reports for the delegates.
How are you?
I asked for your affirmation on this, so I will turn it to Mike for the vote.
Okay, so he's moved to have the audit committee consist of Alan Priest, John Haskell, Randy Bauer, and Chuck Unruh. Do you have any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, do we have a second? Okay, do we have any discussion? Okay, call vote. All those in favor of the audit committee as member read, raise your credentials or hand. Opposed? Okay. Chuck, still out there for ADM 2110?
As a chair of the Life Member Asset Grantor Trust, I'm happy to report that we have done extremely well this year. Our trustees have guided us to numbers that we weren't expecting for another year. And it's just a remarkable job, and I appreciate every one of the trustees. And in that spirit, I'm nominating the current trustees for another term. They've done an excellent job. And so my nominations are Alan Priest, Beatrice Marinello, myself, David Gramad, Doug Gorman, Jim Benball, Leroy Dubeck, Mike Hoffpower, Peter Dyson, Steve Doyle, and Tim Redmond. I ask for your affirmation.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you. We have a very good team.
Next up is ADM 2111. This is about the election committee. David Hager.
I move that the following people be appointed to the election. Okay, you gotta be smarter than the mic, I guess. I move that the following, the delegates elect the following people to the election committee: Myron Lieberman, Mike Needman, Kenneth Sloan, and Andrew Thal. That is essentially the current incumbents with one replacement, Mike Needman joining the committee and replacing Ken DeLue.
Second. We have a second, and we have a vote on the members of the election committee as read by David Hager. All in favor, raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? passes. We go into the next page in our booklets on page 5. Where's Guy? Guy's going to come forward and make a motion for the bylaws committee, and Dan, if you can show the bylaws committee members, okay? So attention to the screen that's got the list of proposed bylaws committee members.
Yes.
Okay, following members, Sandy Alampali, Leela Nakin, myself, Guy Hoffman, Randy Huff, Richard Kepke, Gerald Larson, Myron Lieberman, Alex Nomelski, John McCrary, Dave Naylor, Bob Messenger, Alan Priest, and Andy Rhea.
Okay, can we have a second to the motion of the list of names that have been read by Dr.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, Hal Terry, to come forward and make a similar motion on the Ethics Committee, and Dan, can you please show the list of Ethics Committee names?
Yes, the Ethics Committee nominates the following individuals: Noreen Davison, Harold Stenzel, Al Terry, Anand Damalapati, Paul Kolodziejski, Jim Manella, Myron Thomas, Randy Huff, Martha Underwood, Eris Margatis, and Tom Langland.
What state is Eris from?
Sorry, wait.
What state is Eris from?
Eris is from Ontario.
Okay.
He is a US Chess member, he's a very active director of US tournaments.
Okay, Hal has made the motion that the list of members that are shown on the screen be appointed as, by the delegates as ethics, committee members of the Ethics Committee. Do you have any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Opposed? That motion passes. Okay, we're going to resume now with Robert's Rules of Order according to Steve Boyle.
There we go.
Okay, so now we're going to get into the new business, if there is no old business. Mike, what you got?
I was getting ready
For this meeting, okay. So Alan Priest is going to come forward and bring up two motions that were made by the members at the membership meeting yesterday. And you should, if you don't have it, there is a handout that's up here on the front desk that lays out what the specifics are of that motion. Dan, you don't pass on each of the tables too.
I'm going to read this motion for the membership meeting on the additional delegates just to get it into the record.
Okay.
All right, this is a motion that was passed at the membership meeting, so we're just reading it here to get it into the minutes of this meeting. We did not need to vote on this. This was passed at the membership meeting, but just want to get it in the minutes. Per Article 5, Section 9 of the US Chess Bylaws, the US Chess membership meeting may elect up to 5 additional delegates for a term that expires on June 1 of the following year. At the start of the membership meeting, the persons who are present and have previously served as delegates in at least one of the last 5 years. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2021 US Chess membership meeting elect as additional delegates to the 2021 US Chess delegates meeting the following: Ken Sloan, Alabama; Lawrence Cohn, Illinois; Harold Scott, New York; Alex Rolia, New Hampshire. I believe all are present and have already picked up their credentials. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Okay, I turn the floor to Mr. Priest.
The bylaws do provide that the membership meeting, which was held on Friday afternoon, can advance certain motions, should the membership meeting choose, to the agenda for the delegates meeting. There were a couple of motions that were presented at the membership meeting. that passed. That handout, as Mike mentioned, is up here on the front table. This first proposed bylaws change passed 23-1 at the membership meeting. I would like also to, before we get to any discussion of it, point out that because both of these motions are bylaws changes and they were not in the advanced agenda, that they require a 2/3 vote to pass. The first motion, I'm not going to read the details, they're on the screen. In essence, what has happened is that the European Union and the great state of California and additional states are passing more extensive online privacy laws that require further protection of participant data than we have been doing necessarily. The main place where we have not been doing it is in our governance system. Because once a person is running for the board, they have, under the current bylaws, the ability to request from the office mailing lists of registered voters. And if you request one of those lists, you get everybody's name, everybody's address. So council has advised the executive board that this practice is in violation of current European Union and California law. And yes, we have US Chess members, voting members who reside in Europe. We allow that to happen. So we have to do something. What council has advised essentially is to change our program where if you are a candidate, what you can do is request a mailing, and instead of getting mailing labels in a list, you provide your mailing to the office. It will go to a third-party mailing house who will handle the mailing for you. The candidate will have to pay for the mailing, just like they have to now, but they will no longer get a list of mailing labels. So that's the major change. It involves changes to Article 6, Section 5C. It also involves changes to Article 6, Section 5, subsection D4. So those are, the first one deals with nominating candidates, the second one deals with writing candidates. So, in essence, what this does is it allows the executive board candidates to purchase and instead of receiving mailing labels, receive a mailing at their expense to the registered voters, and that mailing will be managed through a third-party house through the office. My question.
Can candidates still request a list of voting member names?
Online.
Is it?
I think there is a list of people who are registered to vote. There's no contact information.
Yeah, right. You're right. I think you can look at an individual member and see whether they're a registered voting member.
You can in fact do that, and there are lists that show who has voted in each of the elections. Those are actually available online. They don't violate this because all they list their names. The main issue is the privacy related to the moment.
So this doesn't affect the ability for a candidate to request a list of all the voting members.
Okay, from here forward, please step into the mic so we can ask questions. Everybody can see you have a question. Point.
Yeah.
New York State. I didn't notice in this an effective date, so is there a default effective date for all these things that are not otherwise specified?
Yeah, if you pass it, it goes into effect. When we pass it, it goes into effect. It will be in effect for the next election.
Immediately, so
Yeah.
it's not January 1st or anything.
Right.
You might have.
Are there any other questions? Any discussion? Recognize David Day.
For the second change, the begins to replace Article 6, Section 5D4. I believe the intent is for that to only replace the last paragraph of Section 5D, and to not replace 4 itself or any other portion.
That's correct. That paragraph that's a replacement is the last paragraph of section 5. It's right above section 6.
Okay, I would offer that as a review.
Yeah. I accept that friendly amendment.
Yeah, that's simply Scrivener's error in preparing the motion.
Call the question.
Okay, the question's been called, we're going to vote on calling the question. Okay, no one opposed, we'll now vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your initials. All opposed? One opposed? This passes with a harmony.
The second motion that's coming from the members' meeting it comes out of the same discussion. Currently, the bylaws, as many contracts do, has a severability clause. What a severability clause does is say if there is one part of this contract, if there's one part of the bylaws which is deemed to be invalid, it does not invalidate the rest of the document. The existing severability clause states basically if any part is deemed invalid by a court of competent jurisdiction. What the change does, it expands that to say if a court of competent jurisdiction or an authorized legislative body enacts laws or regulations that render invalid or unenforceable a portion of these bylaws, the unaffected portion shall remain in full force and effect. So, for example, if a legislative body enacted a further privacy law, which just made the thing we put in here not doable, it would invalidate that bylaw provision, but it wouldn't invalidate how we select delegates, for example, or anything else in the bylaws. So, Council recognized that was a weakness. We needed to expand our severability clause not just to court rulings, but also to legal changes that might affect it. And that's what that provision does. That is an amendment or a replacement of Article 9, Section 19. And that passed the members' meeting by a vote of 22-2.
Do we have any discussion on the proposed motion?
Call the question.
Someone's coming up.
Jeff Caruso, Massachusetts. What does it mean for a court of competent jurisdiction to enact a law?
Obviously, a court is not going to enact a law. The legislative body would enact a law, but if court of competent jurisdiction means one that has jurisdiction over the organization. And, maybe we should adjust by saying rule, but this came right from corporate counsel. The language came from corporate counsel, so I'm assuming they got it right.
Well, it's what's in the bylaws already.
Yeah, that is the way it's ordered in the bylaws now. We're just adding, sorry, forgive me. No. It's not, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. Yeah, okay. All right, so in reference to that, if a court of competent jurisdiction shall hold a portion of these bylaws to be invalid, or an authorized legislative body enacts laws or regulations, can we make that change to the motion? Right.
Alan, I have a suggestion.
Yes.
It would be simpler. If a court of competent jurisdiction determines or an authorized legislative body enacts laws, blah, blah, blah.
If a court of competent jurisdiction determines.
Rules or interprets would be great. Court of competent jurisdiction interprets or an authorized legislative body enacts laws or regulations that we render.
I'm good with that. Did we pick that up All right.
Leland, come to the mic.
Leland, would you come to the mic and say? I didn't think you did. Go ahead.
You can adjust the mic this much.
Just pull it
Now
down.
to me. Okay, if a court of competent jurisdiction interprets, is that right?
Change it again.
It's changed.
You just changed.
It is correct now, or an authorized legislative body enacts laws or regulations that, yeah, that's it.
Insert the word interprets.
You don't need a comma.
That's accepted as a friendly amendment. Is there any other discussion on the amended motion?
Hearing none, call the question.
All the question, all vote, all those in favor of the amendment, I'm sorry, the amended motion, raise your credentials.
You have to raise your credentials.
Raise your credentials. Opposed? It passes by a 2/3 majority. Unanimous. Okay, now we move into the new business, and first on the order of business is ADM 2112, sponsored by Executive Board Member Randy Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a pretty simple ADM. Those of you who participated in last year's special delegates meeting, I feel your pain. What we are doing in this particular ADM is modernizing what had been the approach to special delegates meeting. The old bylaws had it that they would be held by conference call, and that numbers of delegates would congregate at locations to participate in those calls. That's necessary because Illinois corporate law does not allow for proxy voting. You have to be able to determine that the person actually making the vote is who they say they are, that they're actually the delegate. Now, of course, we have done, and we would continue to do special delegates meeting if we ever have the need for one again, by video conference. That, of course, doesn't require you to congregate in different locations. We can see the delegates on the screen, and we can vote electronically as was done last year. This simply updates that section of the special delegates meeting to conform with what we did last year. The only other change is that we removed fax as an alternate method for informing delegates of the special delegates meeting. It would be by mail or by email. With that, I'll take any questions.
Floor is open for questions or discussion.
Only reporting on the results of the bylaws committee and workshop. Bylaws committee approved it 9-0, and the workshop approved it unanimously.
Thank you, John. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Clearly passes by more than 2/3. Next up is ADM 2113, sponsored by multiple people, including Wayne Martin.
I can Steve Moore for Southern California. Move the US Chess Federation, US Chess shall sanction and organize an annual tournament of state champions of the disabled, which offers an online option. The intent of this motion is to allow enough time before implementation so the appropriate bodies can weigh in on this, and I think we recognize some planning is involved. Point out that FIDE's been running tournaments for the disabled for a number of years now, and they've also studied it, so we think there's plenty of information available to begin thinking this through. We'd just like to get it started.
Thank you, Mike.
years, so it'll be heard. The Denver legacy has existed for 37 years. If you'd asked me back in 1985 that we would have had so many wonderful people participating, I would not have said no, we'll have our 50 and we'll go home. As most of you know, there have been many, many opportunities for states to nominate people who come forward to be involved. And we're excited by that fact. I believe at this time we need to study and examine the opportunity of accessibility that could be brought forward and be considered later as the year 2 or 3 years or whatever. And I think we need to start now. This is a group of folks. We're not here to define what disability is. We're here to ask that this be put forward, and it would be put forward by examining with the two committees, the National Educational Committee as well as the Accessibility Committee, examine this topic and come back to the board in an appropriate period of time in order to give a little bit more understanding of what we're looking for. So we're considering, I guess I can make a motion to refer if there's no one that might have other comments, but I'll hold that in advance because I see there are other speakers.
Well, you have to make a motion or you don't make a motion right now, one or the other. You're making a motion to refer right now?
Motion to refer.
Okay, so a motion has been made to refer this, and I heard it say the Invitational Committee and the Special Accessibility and Special Circumstances Committee for further study. Do we have discussion? Yeah, do we have discussion on the amendment? On the referral, we have discussion on the referral.
Is the referral to both committees?
The referral is to both committees. We have discussion on the referral. Seeing none, we call the question. Now, do we have any discussion on the modified motion? Okay, seeing none there, call the vote, and the vote is to refer ADM 2113 to the Invitations Committee and the Accessibility and Special Circumstances Committee for further study. Okay, all those in favor, raise your credentials. All opposed? That one passes. Thank you, Wayne. Next is ADM 2114.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
This motion is out of order because it is in violation of the bylaws. The bylaws specifically prohibit participation in this meeting by video or teleconferencing.
Mr. Chairman, can we discuss the motion?
I can't hear what you're saying.
He wants to discuss.
Thank you. Since I'm one of the main sponsors of the motion, I would like to propose a friendly amendment to the motion. And I think it will be also useful to discuss. When we submitted the motion, we were not aware that there was a law regarding this specific point about, doing meetings online unless it's a special meeting. So basically, the friendly amendment is to create a task force to study and issue a report with a recommendation regarding the possibility of having delegates attended remotely. And the main point is that now with the pandemic, this is a humanitarian motion aiming to accommodate senior citizens and people with existing medical conditions. But I became aware now that basically we can offer this, if we offer this option to everybody, all the delegates, it will be feasible to do this. So it will be important to discuss and get the sense of the delegates about this motion.
Okay, so I understand you want to refer this study by a task force. Okay, so
correct. create a task force to study and make a recommendation to this body.
Who appoints the members of this task force?
The board, of course.
You're saying the executive board appoints the
Yeah,
members
the
of the task
executive
force?
board can appoint the people that will study this motion.
So as I understand, let me rephrase, the motion as, ADM 2114 is being substantially amended by saying to refer this issue
To the executive board.
Executive to the executive board.
Aiming to create a task force
Yeah, so
to
there's,
study, investigate, and issue a report with a recommendation.
okay, can you pass those words over to Dan, please? Dan,
To Dan Lucas. So the friendly amendment is to refer this
no,
motion.
just write it down on paper.
I bring it here, it's not
Yeah.
exactly what I have. It's a little
Give
different.
him more. Okay.
Yeah. To refer the motion to the executive board, aiming to create a task force
You
that
want you to bring
will.
it to you in writing so you can write
Oh,
it
yeah,
down.
I will write it.
Yeah. Okay, so what we're gonna be discussing is the referral to the executive board, and for the executive board to create a task force to study the matter. That's what we're discussing.
Steve Morford, Southern California. I simply rise to indicate my support for Beatrice's motion.
James E. from California. I also support the motion. I would ask Beatrice if she would accept it. The friendly amendment to be amended to include a recommendation that the executive board appoint a task force consisting of the makers of the motion.
You can't do that.
That's, which just recommend. Can't recommend.
No, you
Can't recommend.
yeah.
Okay.
The executive board will appoint. Of course, we will take into consideration what amendments to the motion.
Mila Dockham from Louisiana. I support the motion as amended. I think it's extremely important that we consider the practicalities of hybrid meetings and that we not simply reject the idea out of hand. I know that prior to arriving, there's been a lot of discussion of this because there was an unfortunate and aggressive email sent by someone who was not the maker of the motion, and a great deal of prejudice against the motion was developed as a result of that. I think, as I said in the bylaws committee meeting, it's important that we all consider the validity of the reasons behind the motion, and there were several, the pandemic being only one of them. There are other issues to consider here, including the travel costs of delegates from some jurisdictions to arrive. For example, this year we're very fortunate to actually have a delegate from Alaska in attendance. I know that many of you were able to drive to the meeting or pick up a plane ticket for a couple of $100s to be here, as I was. The delegate from Alaska spent over $1,100 to fly to this meeting. And those are the kinds of considerations that I think need to be taken into account. It's the reason I support the motion. We want to be an egalitarian body. We want anybody in the chess community to have the opportunity to participate as a delegate. And that means that we need to take into consideration things like distance and cost. And these are the kinds of things that a task force can carefully examine. Obviously, there will be costs to the Federation if we decide to do it, because there'll be the cost of setting up for hybrid meetings, but those need to be balanced. We need to consider, should the national organization take on that cost, or should we leave it to individual delegates from remote locations to have to bear the cost of traveling to attend? So I very much support the motion, and I hope everyone will carefully consider it, and the task force will do the work.
Well said.
So we'll remind everyone we're speaking to refer the motion to the executive board on a task force. That's what we're discussing.
So I'm just saying that Thomas Webb is not here to show support, but as the alternate, we do show our support for the referral.
Okay, the mic in the back, the can't stop.
Yes. Ernest Slick, delegate from Virginia, observing consensus that Tim Justice not here, and seeing nobody at the event card, I call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. Is there opposition to opposing or to calling the question? Seeing none, we'll vote now on the motion to refer this to the executive board to appoint a committee for further study of this ADM. All those in favor? Opposed? That passes by. Okay, next up is ADM 2115, the LMA trustees.
Chuck Iron on behalf of the LMA trustees. This is a housekeeping agreement with the operations. Has some history behind it. ADM 723, which was 2007, right here in Cherry Hill. We had an agreement, meaning we, the Life Member Asset Committee, times have changed. We are unanimously in support of this ADM, and the ADM would have operations take the first regular membership out of each new life membership that comes into the US Chess Federation. The residual then would go to the LMA Grantor Trust.
Okay, so the LMA trustees will move to transfer the life member received to the life member asset trust. Do we hear a second? Second. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please vote. Credentials? Opposed? Passes. Next is ADM 2116.
And there is an alternate, an amendment to this or a substitute motion. I'll read it. The US Chess Federation will initiate a state Zoom conference consisting of the executive director of US Chess, the US Chess Board liaison to the Scholastic Committee and Council, the Scholastic Committee and Council, and the Scholastic coordinators from each state affiliate. The mission of the Zoom conference is to be an additional source of ideas and resources to the Executive Board, US Chess Office, US Scholastic Committee and Council members, and matters to deal with Scholastic age members of the Federation. As the second I would like to speak to it just quickly. I know there is an idea to refer this, which I'm going to be okay with. I just want to speak to intent. My intent is not to usurp, override, or do anything to Scholastic Council. I think our nationals are phenomenal. They do a great job. We're raising all kinds of money for the top 5 to 10% of our kids. We're offering all kinds of services to the top 5 to 10% of our kids. The 90% of the kids the ones I teach and the ones I do, I'm at some of the lowest test score schools in Tennessee, care nothing about nationals. The coaches care nothing about getting a certification or taking tests or going through things. They just want to have a place for the kids to play chess and maybe have a little help with that. Maybe be a state affiliate. They'd love to be an affiliate. And I think the best people to get ideas to help these people are state scholastic coordinators. Most all of the state presidents and others in this room will tell you the people in your state that know the most about scholastics are your state scholastic coordinators. That's why they are your state scholastic coordinators. Unfortunately, I don't think the answer is when was the last time, but if we have ever reached out to our state scholastic coordinators and said, how can we help you? How can the US Chess Federation serve your needs? What would you like to see? So my intent of this motion is as follows, that the powers that be of the US Chess Federation, Committee and Council, set up a Zoom conference with the state scholastic coordinators, and then turn your microphones off. The only thing you say to the state scholastic coordinators is give us the ideas you would like to see. Tell us ways you would like the US Chess Federation to help you and your scholastic members in your state that are the 90% that do not participate in national events and tournaments. How can we help you? What can we do for you? Now, at the end of that, when you listen to those ideas, then you can say, here's some ways you can help us. And I want those ideas, I'd like to have those ideas listed too. And then maybe the scholastic committee get together and talk about some of those ideas and say, hey, how can we help with the help of the scholastic coordinators in the state? I think that'd be a wonderful way to gin together the scholastic coordinators and involve them, our scholastics, the 90% that aren't in nationals, in our national talk about chess and education, chess in schools. Sometimes the best businesses know you got to get a can, I'll open a request that. But when you open that can, some worms will come out. But the best people tell you those worms, the squiggly ones, are the ones that catch the best fish. So if I just want us to open up and get some ideas from our states and our scholastic coordinators to help us be better at servicing 90% of the kids that don't participate in national. Correct? Yes.
Okay, so, this looks like a deal, you clarify.
Yes.
So this is brought forward as a complete replacement for
Yes.
2116
Yes.
that is in your delegates hall.
Right.
That's
And it
the
should
piece
be
of
upon
paper-
the-
That's the piece of paper we just passed out.
That's on the
It was
screen.
on the screen.
The original intent was just to get some input from our, some other scholastic folks. The Scholastic Meeting Council, again, does a great job of national type law now. I have a national shirt on, so I just want some information, some ideas for us for the rest of the kids.
Okay, David has a point of information.
We do accept the friendly amendment, to replace the phrase the executive director of US Chess with the executive director of US Chess or her designee.
Oh, certainly, yes.
Point of information?
Yes.
Say one-time call, annual call, quarterly call?
To me, this would be up to that group. It could be a one-time thing. My thing is, I think you'd like it. It'd be a wonderful resource to do it quite often because you're using those people out in the field, your scholastic coordinators. And they're helping you, you're helping them, you're getting a sense of what the state's want.
As a sitting member of the Scholastic Council, we discussed this motion and agreed to replace it with Chris. The idea of, we all learned from town halls this past year that they're really highly productive, and it's our goal to increase chess at scholastics. And part of that by having meetings, whether it's one meeting, 2 meetings, 3 meetings, we'll see how the first one goes and take it from there. But working with the state scholastic coordinators seems to make sense. I offer to refer this motion to the executive director, executive board, and to the Scholastic Council with the power to
I'm all for that.
Okay. We get it. So what's been made is a motion to refer this to the executive board, executive director, and scholastic council, giving the executive board the authority to implement. Is that correct? Do we need to pass the amendment first?
Well, it's a substitute. I accepted it as a friendly amendment.
Is there any discussion on the substitute motion as amended?
You don't need to come.
Look, I would like to speak to this. I guess there's a parliamentary.
Thanks for the push. I'm a fan of the original motion. The substitute motion seems wrong-headed. Education, chess and education is for everyone. The fallacy here is that education is for
Point of order, we're discussing a motion to refer, Mr. President.
That's why I had to be pushed to the microphone. I was aware of that point of order. Okay.
Can I step in just a second? This is the
Well,
wrong
point of order. I get the microphone.
This is the wrong substitute motion. On the screen is the wrong substitute motion.
Mr. Parliamentarian, your advice, please.
Sorry. It's the wrong substitute motion.
Well, first we need to make sure we get the right.
Yes, so Ken, you should have a second one that takes out the word chess and education. I sent that to you last night. There should be a second one that removes the word chess and education.
While he's working on that, I will point out that during a motion to refer, discussion of the underlying motion is in order.
That's my fault. The motion as amended removes the words chess and education. And the first amendment did not include the entire Scholastic Committee and Council. This motion includes the entire Scholastic Committee and Council. It just removes the words chess and education so that there's no confusion there about what this is for. It's not for chess and education, it's to get ideas and work with our scholastic workers.
Okay, so to put us all on the same page here, your motion, as you've completely replaced it there, is to be, you want your motion referred to the executive board and the executive director and to to the Scholastic Council with authority to implement.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, is that the real motion?
I don't know.
So order. Remove the words chess and education. Okay, in the first sentence, replace with, it should read, the U.S. Chess Federation will initiate a scholastic Zoom conference consisting of, and remove the word the chairs of the Scholastic Committee Council. It should be the Scholastic Committee Council, not the chairs.
I'm sorry. Read it again, please.
U.S. Chess Board Liaison to the Scholastic Committee Council and the Scholastic Committee Council. Move the two words, the chairs. Keep going. Just right there. The chairs. Just the chairs. Just remove those two words. The chairs. Just remove the word chairs. And right before that, replace the word council. Read it again. The U.S. Chess Federation will initiate a state scholastic Zoom conference consisting of the executive director of U.S. Chess or her designee, the U.S. Chess Board liaison to the Scholastic Committee and Council, and the Scholastic Committee Council, and the Scholastic Coordination Committee state. That is the correct word. It removes chess and education from it. And it includes the entire Scholastic Committee and Council, not just the chairs of the Committee and Council.
Okay, we're still getting that over there. Okay, while we are doing the editing, is there a discussion on the motion?
Tony Rich from the state of Missouri. It seems to me that it would be more appropriate for this to fall solely under the purview of the Scholastic Committee and not of the Executive Board or Executive Director.
To the Scholastic Committee.
If this sounds offensive to anyone, it's my poor use of the language. The reason I don't want it referred just to the Scholastic Committee is because if the Scholastic Committee was going to do this, I think they would have already done it. This is something I would like to see done, which is why it's going to be referred. I'd rather be referred to the board with the understanding that it will be done. If there's not an understanding to be done, then I'd like it to be voted on so that it will be done. Because to my feeling, we have not met the needs of those 90%, and the best way is for our scholastic coordinators to get out of these.
Against my game, right?
Any greater occasion, I move to call the question as amended by the maker of the motion.
Okay, the question has been called. Do we have the opposition to calling the question? Okay, we have opposition to calling the question. Yes. We have opposition to calling the question on referral. So we now will vote on calling the question. All those in favor of calling the question on referral, raise your delegates. Okay, all those against calling the question on the referral? It is more than 2/3, 37 for against one. Okay, so the question on the referral has been called. So now we will vote on referral. All those in favor of referring? Okay, so let's let's make sure that the maker of the motion believes that the motion language as it's shown is correct.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay, so now, all those in favor of referring this as amended, raise your letters then. All opposed? Okay, that passes. Thank you, Chris. Okay, next is ADM 2117. We have on the phone from order.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
This motion is out of order because it is in violation, it would amend the bylaws to be in violation of Illinois corporate law which prevents proxy voting.
I know, but
Point of information.
you're right, but
Do we have,
they just voted on it.
I appreciate my friend and my trusted colleague. Do we, I believe in trust and verify, do we have independent confirmation that this is in fact the case? Has staff studied this, or has, do we have someone knowledgeable in Illinois corporate law who could be able to tell us one way or the other?
Mr. President, this almost came to litigation about 20 years ago because this body was engaging in proxy voting using alternate delegates, which is why the language was changed to require things like delegates who have not shown up who have been deemed to resign so that alternates became the official delegate. This is well-established understanding of Illinois corporate law.
I'll take my colleague at his word. We have a substitute amendment, which I will take as friendly.
I do have an amendment to this. I think that will resolve that. I sent it to Dan for 2117. It reads, without objection, we can make one change, Dan. Without objection or with unanimous consent vote by the governing body, a properly credentialed delegate may yield their delegate time for the current motion under consideration to a properly submitted alternate delegate from their state contingent not seated on the board of delegates meeting board. The alternate delegate will not have voting privileges. We just need to change Dan in that where it says with a 2/3 approval, change that to unanimous consent.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Point of information, do we not already have something in place that allows non-delegates to speak to this body?
That's the point, is that at the moment, it's one of those things when you move with this is something we can already do with unanimous consent. We can allow anyone to speak in front of this body. This just makes this just return to having alternate delegates speak with unanimous consent. And with this, I don't believe anybody can do this.
So, Mr. President, if Robert's rules already provide for this, since this body can already do this, there's no reason to pass this motion, and there's certainly no reason to put it in the bylaw.
Then it becomes going to be a motion to refer to the executive board with this amendment, because I like the idea, to speak at this, I like the idea of alternates being able to speak in front of the body. I think that voting is not the important thing. If someone's going to vote different from me, I'm not going to tag in. I'm not going to let them speak because they're going to vote different. But the idea of an alternate delegate who's here who would like to speak on something they're passionate about, I think is an important thing. And this will allow an alternate delegate. Now, I don't know about I know if we put it in here, then it allows us to do this. We know it, and it's without objection. If as a body we decide without objection from the beginning, then an alternate delegate can come and speak just on that motion, but they can't vote. Okay, got it. So.
If the alternate delegate can speak anyway with the permission of the body, why is this necessary? I don't think referring something from Robert's Rules of Order to the executive board is a good use of our time.
And that's correct. So the idea then is, this takes away it's against Illinois law argument. The reason it's wrong. So if it's ruled that this is something we can do anyway, and this is something we can do anyway, then it'd be nice for the executive board to look at us doing this.
Mr. President, I humbly submit this is not a good use of the executive board's time for the executive board to study something that's already allowed in this meeting to decide that it's already allowed in this meeting.
So they have summarized that the amendment is that the EDM is moved.
The amendment is moved.
Let's say that there has been a lot of discussion in the bylaws committee regarding initiatives such as this. I would move that we refer this this motion to committee to study, to the bylaws committee to see if there are other ways of involving.
Okay, so the maker of the motion is moved to refer it to bylaws for further study. Discussion on the referral.
As the chair of bylaws, I'm going to give you the results of the committee and the workshop. The committee voted 0 in favor, 9 opposed, and the workshop was 1 in favor. I think we know who the 1 is. And 15 opposed and 1 abstention. I don't want it referred to us.
Understand, my colleague, I stand for leadership development. I stand for infrastructure development. We need to rejuvenate our leadership here at US Chess. I would suggest that everyone here bring a mentee to our governance process to do it. Do we naturally do it? I haven't seen that too much here. A few people do it. The Florida delegation does that. But, and some people do it. But I would submit to you that what we need to do is start considering structural changes to our governance so that we can encourage leadership development and infrastructure development. Thank you.
Mr. President, in light of the flailing attempts to refer this to multiple committees, I move that this be postponed indefinitely.
Motion is made and seconded to postpone indefinitely. We vote. Okay. Voting on the motion to postpone indefinitely. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, that passes. Large margin. Okay, so this motion has been postponed indefinitely. ADM 21-18 is about
Point of order.
correspondence check. I'm sorry.
Point of order. A motion to postpone indefinitely in order to kill, that's not, a motion to
Can you come to the
table.
mic, please?
Yeah. It's already been done, but it's out of order. Because a motion to table, okay, if it should be killed, let's kill it.
That's correct. That's correct.
No, it was tabled, that's not right.
The comment is out of order, the action's already been taken.
Okay, ADM 21-18 from Fund Pong, and this is about a lot of work that the correspondence chess working with.
It's one of my major first charges here as an executive board member who was tasked with being vice chair of the correspondence chess working. This was done in light of the grievous illness that PD Master Alex Dunn had incurred, and he was rendered incapacitated from doing his duties. This gave the executive board a chance to appoint a task force chaired by Michael Buss. The office liaison was Chris Bird. Members were Johnny Brown, Larry Cox, Tom Langland, Chris Torres, Wilbur Tung, and Hal Spreckman. And we started with a small, enthusiastic, and animated group charged with trying to rejuvenate correspondence chess. These people did a lot of work. They met quite frequently, much more active than a lot of other committees that we have at US Chess. And they tackled the change of rules. They changed the schedule for correspondence chess. We realize there's great potential with rejuvenating correspondence chess. If you look at long time control chess on platforms such as chess.com, Lee Chess, and ICC, you will notice they have tremendous followings. And if we can ever tap into those and bring those over as US Chess members, I think we have a tremendous opportunity at hand to bring in more chess players into the sphere of US Chess. This ADM basically replaces the existing correspondence rules which were adopted in 1991. There was a suggestion that there was a scrivener's error in Section 1 to the US Chess Correspondence Chess Director. I believe the task force's understanding is that either a office staff or a similar coordinator such as what was done by Alex Dunn would be that person there mentioned in point number 1. You can read through this. We asked the Rules Committee to make a ruling on this, and we basically, I think I will defer to Dave Hayter for that result.
The Rules Committee did discuss this in the workshop, and the sense of the workshop was that this should be adopted. It was a vote of 16 in favor of adoption, 0 opposed.
So with that, I want to thank all these members for their hard work, and I move the adoption of this advance motion.
We have a second on the motion. Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. Call the vote. All those in favor
Point of
of...
order. The rules change to pass, it must pass by either 85% in the first year or it must be resubmitted next year.
Yeah, correct. We'll find out in just a second. Okay, so let's go ahead. Those in favor, raise your credentials. Those opposed? Okay, I think we have 85%. This motion passed. This will go into effect. Yes. ADM 2119. This is one following the title of this motion is called Sessions.
Yep. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for turning me on.
Nice.
No, I didn't. Well, I'd like to introduce this ADM here. What if in a world, what if in an organization we had structure that would welcome and foster the development of incoming ideas, new ideas, trendy ideas. This was done in my professional organization about 30 years ago. We called them sections. I think in future incarnations we might consider them calling them affinity groups. I think that's more the trendy term these days. But these are basically special interest groups formed within a parent organization that may help guide the organization in ways that we never thought of. Now, what ways? Any change is scary. But, however, I can tell you that through the retrospective scope of what happened 30 years ago in my parent organization, that it has been a very, very positive development. What we have seen here is the development of all sorts of little niche areas here, and I suspect that this also form here and within our organization as well. It may lead to some very positive developments. For us, we had some very bread and butter special interest groups that formed. Disaster medicine, EMS, hospitalist medicine, cruise ship medicine, different types, different branches within the house of emergency medicine. Now, you're going to say, how does that translate to us here at Chess Players? Well, what if we have Blitz, Bug House, Bullet? What if we had streamers in chess? What if we had online chess innovators forming an affinity group, section, special interest group, helping us guide us in these trendy new waters that we're having here? I mean, how many people, what if we had online chess organizers here? These people could dramatically help us spread the information about how better to perfect the art of the online chess tournament. There's all sorts of ways that this could go. Who knows exactly which way it would go, but I think it would be very enriching and we would bring a lot more people to the tent of US Chess governance here. In its full incarnation, affinity groups would have a vote in the delegates meeting. That would be the full-blown idea. Now that's probably the one that gives most delegates pause about this, but I will tell you that all the legislation that was given for this particular bylaws change within my parent organization, it has not changed in 30 years. No one has really changed the wording significantly. Can you advance the slide here really quickly? Okay. Thank you. This is just a sum of the 40 sections that are here in the American College of Emergency Physicians here. You can see they have their own logos. They have their own websites from the parent website. They have their own officers. They even mention alternate counselors, which would be our alternate delegates very prominently there. So these people are little sub-organizations of the organization. What we do, my parent organization, we pick out the winners and losers, and we think of the winners in organizational management as potential leaders for the rest of my organization. Next slide, please. Okay, so basically, the council. This is the wording about the way the council is formed. You have, you can see they're very proud to display their sections as part of their openness and receptiveness and responsiveness to the membership. Next slide, please. These are all the different sections that you can join. They have this on the website. You can join for $45 a year. So it's not a real high cost. Even for us physicians, it's not a high cost. So next slide, please. Okay, this is a copy of the organizational guidelines. I call them operational guidelines. This would be similar, equivalent to our charter. So these affinity groups would have their own charter and little rules of governance themselves. Next slide, please. And you can see here, this is one of my recent newsletters from June. And you can see in this recent newsletter that they are touting sections along with their committees, the 30 committees, the 40 sections, as useful instruments in forming section as part of the organization. So I wanted to, people have asked me, why haven't you done this at other levels of involvement? Well, I thought it was very important to introduce this concept to you early on to the delegates, because I think we need buy-in from the delegates before we move forward with this idea. We've been talking about this, and I think what it was suggested in bylaws was to go ahead and refer to the executive board. So with that, I would move that we refer this ADM to the executive board for study and possible implementation without the onerous part of the delegate vote.
One thing, if it were referred to the executive board, we couldn't implement the bylaws.
No, we would not. The people in the bylaws committee suggested that this could be done within an informal framework set up by the executive board.
But not the delegate.
But it would not require delegate involvement there. But I still think we need delegate buy-in here to this to some degree. With the permission of the president, I would like to take a straw poll to see if this is an interesting idea for people to investigate further. No?
It's a good for having this looked at.
For the executive board having it looked at. Yes, a straw poll of interest for this.
Have this looked at for further study.
Further study. That's all this is for. Go ahead. Perhaps a plurality. So with that, I move to refer to the executive board to study further and potentially implement part of this mechanism.
The maker of the motion has moved to refer his motion to the executive board for further study.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. We have discussion on the motion to refer.
As I had suggested defined in the bylaws workshop, absent the idea of delegates, certainly the executive board right now has the ability to create any committee it wants, any sub-organization it wants, arguably could even require a membership fee to belong to it, arguably. So since this, and we already sort of have this, we call them committees. So since we already have this structure, I think allowing the executive board to expand that structure is just fine.
Is there someone opposed to anything that?
Yes, Andy Ray, Virginia, and I'm confused with regards to how the executive board would be able to implement this, where it would change the structure of the delegates.
No, it doesn't. There's no change to the bylaws, what it said.
Okay, well, then that's, well, I kept hearing delegates from the maker of the motion, so, you know, will the delegates be involved in changing this or not changing
This
or
was
approving of the change by the, as submitted by the executive board?
This was the original motion as it stood. When referred to the board would institute structural changes that are not bylaws changes and do not involve the delegate vote.
Okay, thank you.
I talked with this also with response to in the National Education Association, we call them caucuses. We do not give them delegates because that would make our delegates unusually large, and we understand that. But they do allow caucuses to bring business, at least to a delegate for the board. So I would suggest, as you're looking at this, if there's an interest group, allowing them to at least suggest business for the delegate committee if they can find a delegate. Because they can do anyway, but it's something to look at and you consider.
Okay, yes, Mike?
Lawrence Cohen, sorry, I no longer have my tip just asked. Call the question.
Okay, the question has been called on the motion to refer this to the executive board for further consideration. Is there objections to calling the question? No objections to calling the question. The question has been called. All those in favor of referring this motion to the executive board for further study, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, this passes. Yes, we do. Okay, ADM 2120. Bob, you want to speak to this one? I can.
Okay. Essentially, the purpose of this motion was to take things that were in the DACI that discusses the state affiliate responsibilities and move that into the bylaws. And it was discussed in the States and Affiliates Committee. We didn't really take a vote, I think, the States and Affiliates. Some of us became co-sponsors. It was discussed in the States and Affiliates workshop. 0 were in favor as written, 2 were opposed, 11 said it needs more thought. Then we considered it should be referred to the States and Affiliates Committee. 11 people in the workshop said yes, 0 said no. Actually, I was going to make a motion if you want to speak. I wanted to move to refer this motion to the States and Affiliates Committee.
Motion has been made to refer this to the States and Affiliates Committee. Is there discussion on second?
Motion been seconded and made to refer this to States and Affiliates Committee for further study. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer to States and Affiliates? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor of referring ADM 2120 to States and Affiliates Committee for further study, raise your hand. All those opposed? The motion passes to refer it to States and Affiliates. I think we're now at the end of the ADM portion of the agenda. We have some additional motions that have come up from the board. Is that right, Dan? Which one are you putting up first? One from Jimmy or from Al Terry?
Let's do Jimmy.
Jim? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and bring those two motions. Okay, so two motions have been brought forth from the floor by Jim Eves. So Jim, I'll have you come forward.
Jimmy, Northern California. The first motion, first I want to say what it doesn't say. It doesn't say anything about voting form will be up or down, changing it in any way. It doesn't require a governance task force. It doesn't require any delegates implementation of any change of any kind. What the idea is here, but I'm trying to express it, if I've done it improperly, I don't know. But the idea is to study the effects and to have the delegates do it. Because I don't think it's something that we want the staff to do. So I think the delegates are the next most logical body to form a committee that delegates form to assess the effects. Have we gained what we thought we were going to gain? Has it cost us something that we didn't consider, an unintended consequence? And I have no idea what the results would be. I have no preconceived notions, but it's just to form a task force and to give us enough time to think about this and who's interested in being on that task force, talk about it next year, and then create that committee next year to then conduct the study and report the following year results.
Explain the rationale behind establishing.
Can you come to the mic, please?
One member, one vote.
Can you make her please explain the rationale behind why this committee, if appointed, would not be appointed until a year from now instead of now? Why would it not start working today?
Well, the reason it would start working next year is that I didn't want to spring something on people. I didn't think of this until the time for submitting APMs was over. And I thought that we want to do this but without springing anything on anybody, to give them time to think about who's interested in studying. Because this is just a proposal to study, not to implement any change whatsoever, just to report back, did it do what we wanted to do? And then we're doing this in a year, next year, form the committee, next year, report the results. So it's kind of a slow process that hopefully would help the delegates learn something. When I was in systems, we would implement a change, but then we didn't stop once we put it into production. We measured the results. And after measuring the results, we determined whether or not the change was successfully implemented. And that's just kind of the train of thought that I'm following here.
Here we have some discussion in the rear mic.
Yeah, Steve Moore from Southern California. I don't think I'm the only person in the room who's not quite sure what the acronym OMOV is.
One member, one vote.
One member, one vote. Do we have anyone in the floor mic?
Yes, Lawrence Coleman, Illinois. I think the overall idea of doing a cost-benefit analysis does have some merit. If nothing else, although of course, as he mentioned, you don't really want to add any work to the staff, it might be interesting to find out or figure out what maybe is the proper price point for somebody submitting a petition to run for the EV. Maybe, do we maybe for some reason need to raise that cost? This is something that maybe would direct us towards that analysis, and something that, rather than have the office doing this, have people outside the office doing it, so we don't add more work to the office staff.
Okay, the against mic, Randy Bauer.
Randy Bauer from Iowa. So as someone who has done multiple cost-benefit analysis, there's a couple things about them. First of all, you have to have a common unit of measurement.
And that's usually then quantified on a monetary basis. But a lot of what one member, one vote was about qualitative issues related to this organization. And it also got tied up in other decisions that we made, such as moving to 501c3 status. Now, one of the things that Larry mentioned, is something that you could quantify. Should we be recovering the cost of elections from our candidates? And there are probably a few other things that we might be able to quantify. But I see this as such a wide topic that you are just going to be swimming around in a pool without more specific basis on which to conduct a cost-benefit analysis. So I would say, Jim, maybe you should perfect it for next year, and we could come back and consider it at that point in time.
That's a great idea. I would just say that the idea of developing the metrics is part of the process. And it's perfectly okay with me to submit it as an ADM. But as our board member Von Holland did, I just like the general consensus that this is my main point in bringing this up. Is this something this body is willing to do? I mean, I'm interested in this. I never put something into production that I didn't measure. So are we doing it?
So let me clarify. Are you moving to defer this until next year where you conduct further study and analysis to sharpen your motion? Or do you want more discussion now?
I won't bother if the organization is not interested. I'm just maybe a straw poll. Is this something the body is willing to pursue? It's just a study. It's just informational. It introduces no change to anything.
What's the point?
What's the point?
Yeah. I'm just really confused.
Okay, well that's fine. The point I thought I explained is when you make a change, you implement a change into a system, you don't just go, well, I'm done. At least I never did. You measure the results of the change and see did it do what I wanted it to do. And do we do that as an organization? It's called time loop. And I don't think so. I don't think we have the metrics. I think we need to develop the metrics. And it's not all about money. It isn't what we're trying to do.
Hey, Mike, the back guy.
Guy Hoffman, Wisconsin. You say this isn't about money, yet cost benefit. How are you going to do that without money? And how are you going to get the costs of an election without using staff time?
You're not going to do a cost benefit solely on money. For example, the benefit, we can't quantify a monetary benefit. The members are now involved when they weren't in the past. How do you put a price tag on that? So we have to develop different types of metrics. And if you want to quibble with the cost benefit words, I'm sorry, I didn't mean, to object to the term cost benefit. Think of it as a post-mortem. You play a game. Do you just go on and don't think about the game anymore? Or do you analyze it and see what happened? Is it, I know I lost. Why did I lose? And that's a deep comment, but just to go on, the idea is to study what you did. And I don't think that we have this built into our DNA. And we just pass things, and sometimes we fight about it and take a lot of time, and then we pass it and decide it's done. And I think that's short-sighted.
Okay, back, Mike.
Can I make a point of information first, please?
Okay, point of information.
We asked for one, you can't ask one.
You say OMOV. We already have OMOV for the EE board. What are you talking about changing that? Thank you.
This may be an issue of my inability to express language well. I'm not talking about changing anything.
Jim Manella, Southern California. Look, this is a real stop the presses, alert the media moment. I found myself on the same side of an issue with Randy Bauer now increased. And earlier today, I found myself in agreement with Leela. So I don't want to scare anybody, but I think the apocalypse is about to begin. Look, Jim, I understand what you're trying to do, but OMOV has been around for a long, long time. If there's a specific issue, I have to agree with Randy. If you feel that it's, the elections are too expensive, and maybe we should go to online elections, something specific that we could wrap our minds around, and then we could consider it.
After the end of the 2-year study, the 2-year process, we would have those specifics. I'm not suggesting any of those specifics. We've never done the study to suggest that, hey, it costs too much or it doesn't cost enough. We don't know now. And at the end of 2 years, we might have these specifics that they're asking for now. But prior to the study, we have no idea.
Hit that, Mike.
Since it's still never been explained for the people who joined this organization in the last 20 years, what at all we're talking about is that prior to about 20 years ago, there was a very small select group who were the only ones authorized to vote in elections. So the one member, one vote movement was to allow any member of the organization who was otherwise qualified. So it has been resolved over the years, you had to be over the age of 16. It has been added that you were required to register. At one point when this first passed, it was one member, one vote to elect delegates in each state. That has been changed to allow states to appoint their delegates any way they want. My point in going through that history is, for 20 years, we have been evaluating the effect of one member, one vote, and we have been tweaking it to deal with issues and unintended consequences and all of that. We have been doing this for 20 years. It's not necessary to have an additional study now.
Guy?
Point of order. Has this motion been seconded?
Voluntary, have you heard a second to the motion? We have a second to this motion, which is to cut this up here. Do we have a second? Yeah.
Point of order.
I think it's kind of, we've been discussing it.
You're allowed to second it for discussion.
Say that again?
You can second it for discussion.
Yeah. Okay, I second it, continue discussion if there is any further discussion.
The only comment that I would make, and it's clearly there's no appetite for this, but we haven't been studying it. I think that I take strong objection to the characterization that we've been studying. I have not seen any study, and none has been produced, in my opinion, that I'm aware of, that would tell us what the effects have been. So, but no appetite is all the information that I need.
I call a question.
Okay, the question has been called.
I withdraw the motion.
Okay, the motion has been withdrawn. Okay, Jim, you have a second motion?
Yeah, I think that the board should get together and have a consensus that the president's message that has been appearing in the chess live periodically is only done on a consensus basis. I'm a strong believer that the governance should not interfere with the chess live electoral process. One day, if I get my act together to thinking again, I'll talk about moving our candidate statements to online and have a little blurb URL. Chess live space is precious, and chess players don't care about the governance. And those of us who do care about the governance can look online for this information. Why take away from the magazine? Why tie the editor's hands?
So, a point of clarification, you read your motion to have the ED approve the message, or is your motion to remove any president's message from the website?
No. The only thing is that they're going to put the president's message in chess live, in the print version. Have the board have a consensus to do that.
Andy?
Yes. Andrew Ray, Virginia, and I don't understand the matter of the president having to to go back to the executive board for approval of their message. And if the board does not approve, there are manners, there are already ways that they can inform the president that they do not approve, to include removing that person as president if they violently disagree with the message. You know, the board voted that person as the president to express confidence in him, and you know, it doesn't take 12 months to decide that they don't have confidence in the president if that's necessary. So this is rather moot in my opinion.
Did we get a second on this before we?
Can we have a second on discussing this motion? I will second it.
Thank you. I see no appetite for this either. However, I do want to strongly reinforce the idea that the presence in chess life is precious. The footprint in chess life is precious. It should be to advertising in chess, not to governance. And the idea that the president's message has to be heinous until he's removed, that's not the point at all. The point is to realize that our governance should be on the website.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
This motion is out of order. 4, the responsibilities of the delegates as articulated in Article 5, Section 1 are: the delegate shall have the authority to amend the bylaws and the US Chess official rules of chess, approve the annual budget, approve the sale of real estate owned by US Chess, approve any borrowing secured by real estate owned by US Chess, establish, amend, or revoke one or more trusts for the management of life member assets, and to appoint one or more trustees for the purposes of administering said trusts, and to supervise the ethics compliance process of US Chess. There is nothing in that list for the delegates to interfere in the executive board's administration of the publications process of US Chess.
I don't think that the delegates are interfering by trying to get the executive board to not take space in chess life, not tie the hands of the chess life literature. That is not an interference, it's the opposite of interference. It's giving the staff the ability to manage the publication the way they see fit. But if there's no appetite, I'll withdraw.
John Fernandez, Missouri.
Did you say you withdraw the motion? He said he withdraws the motion.
Okay, I think we have one additional motion on the floor. Cal, Gary, if you want to move forward, do you have the text for it, Dan?
I do.
Okay, I don't see that, but okay, this is in connection with the search for a site for the 2025 US Open, which the office informs me needs to begin almost immediately after this event is over. DACA 1999-09 contains a restriction on the time frame the US Open can be held that the office would like to have removed so they can offer prospective hotels 3 possible weeks. The last week in July, plus 2 full weeks each in August. Of course, the current wording puts a restriction of August 15th. If August 1 doesn't happen to be a Monday, under the proposed 1 weekend format, then there's an issue. So I'm going to read the old language in its entirety, so you don't have to look it up. The DACA, as it currently stands, reads as follows. No rounds of the US Open may be scheduled to conflict with the delegates meeting. The US Open shall finish no later than August 15th. An exception is made for the 2020 US Open so that the 2020 US Open can take place near the World Chess Hall of Fame. The changes would replace no later than August 15th with no later than the end of
the second full week in August, and then the final sentence, as it refers to 2020, would be deleted entirely. The first sentence would remain unchanged.
Wayne?
Thank you. Dwayne Barber, Southern California. I have worked with multiple times that the U.S. Open has been held. I want to make absolutely certain that every member understands when you begin pushing anything in August, you are pushing up against school and the start of that. In a sense, we have a large body of young people who come to our activity in the U.S. Open. Whatever you choose, this event, I will stand corrected by any member. This event frequently has been wrapped up by August 1st or 2nd. Now, if I'm wrong, you're welcome to stand up and argue that. What I have seen over the last several years is an increase toward August, thinking that, okay, that's probably going to work out. Where's the start time on July 15th? Why haven't we started on July 10th? I want it to be seriously understood. When you start pushing in August, you face some consequences. Thank you.
So if, I'm just going to kind of fast forward here for a second, just trying to understand. If this motion were voted down, then the current DACI would remain in effect. So you're not changing anything, my point. So if you want to change something to have the window of time start earlier in July and end earlier in August, that's what needs to be put forth. But that right now we have is just 2 full weeks in August and then in July. And you sound like you're against the 2 full weeks in August piece. Any? Okay.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
When it says end of the second full week of August, the end of the week is on Saturday. So is that intention for it to end on Saturday?
No,
or for it to end on
Sunday.
Sunday? Because this language would call for it to end on Saturday. Sunday is the first day of the week.
So the intent is to have it end on Sunday.
And that language needs to be different.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois, I'd like to make a friendly amendment. Basically go back to the previous wording, which mentioned St. Louis in 2020, and just alter that part of it for 2022, because that's what's at issue here, is a timing issue with being able to arrange things for 2022. We change it in general, that if we change it to the wording there, that would apply to all years.
That's what we want. That's what you want, I think.
Yeah. No, well, that's why I'm asking for, if you'll accept a friendly amendment, just to have it for 2022 only. That seems like a more consideration.
It's not okay, Cal.
All right. So let's make it no later than the Sunday after the second full week in August.
And after that language.
Well, can anyone suggest wording? I mean, you all know what the intent is. You want a Monday through a Sunday, 2 of those in August.
Now, no later than the third Sunday of August. That would be the way.
That would be the way. That would be August 21st and August 15th, like this year.
No, if the first Sunday was the 6th, and you wanted to have 2 full weeks of August, it would have to be the third Sunday. That's the way it's going to be organized.
I'm just.
Can I offer a suggestion that we define a week as starting on Monday and ending on Sunday, which is actually what happens in Europe?
We can do that.
Okay, so the week is being defined in this discussion as starting on Monday
And ending on Sunday.
On Sunday.
Okay, so those 2 weeks. And let me address the objection about, I mean, the reason the August 15th restriction was originally put in was because there was concern about running up against schools starting to open. But in the years since it was enacted, more and more schools have been opening earlier and earlier. August 15th has long since been surpassed in many states and a lot of schools. They're opening way into early August already. Maybe in July. So, extending it just to the end of the second full week in August, it really doesn't affect anything.
There are 5 school systems in Tennessee that started last week. So not just for the kids, I'll give you the same thing for those of us that are school teachers. The kids actually can miss a few days of school. I can't. So for me to be a delegate, what I've had to do for several years is fly out Friday evening, real late, come to the delegates meeting, Sunday, run to jump back on a plane, fly back, and go teach school on Monday. So for those of us that are school teachers, coaches who have kids, the earlier this thing is, again, preferably even before August starts, I would say no later than the first weekend of August, the better it is for anyone who has anything to do with schools for it to start earlier, not later.
That's the maker of the original motion, which is misquoted in the DACI. I have to agree with Hal. The times have changed. At the time I made that motion, it was common for people to view the US Open as a family vacation event. And people would bring lots and lots of kids, many of whom were not necessarily serious players. That time has passed. The US Open is no longer a vacation destination for any family that I know of. I think we can safely go with that restriction.
So are you saying get rid of the DACI? Is that what you're saying?
Please don't ask me what I want to do with DACI.
We wouldn't fit there.
Mike?
So if you've got a computer up, bring up your calendar and do a little arithmetic here on the way to figure this out. There are 7 possibilities because the 1st of August can be at any one of the 7 days of the week. So you have to look at each case because it's sometime in the next 10 to 15 years, the 1st of August will be on that date. So that's the way you figure this out. I haven't done the arithmetic, but if somebody's got a computer, you can probably figure that out fairly quickly. That's what you got to do to figure out what the wording needs to be here. If the 1st, I think, is on a Tuesday, the 8th, 7th, the 6th would be a Sunday, 13th and 20th, the second full week would end on the 20th of August. That's the worst case scenario.
Point of information, Monday the 1st, if you want to start there, would be the 21st, which is the latest.
If the 1st was on a Sunday?
First was on a Monday.
First was on a Monday, then the 1st through the 7th would be the first full week, and the second full week would be the end on the 14th. The worst case scenario.
We just start on a Monday.
Yeah, the worst case scenario is if the 1st is on a Tuesday.
In the first 6 days on the week of August.
Randy Bauer, Iowa. I think we have to keep in mind too, as we're talking about scheduling and talking about moving things, even maybe into July or early August, is that US Open is intertwined with all of our governance activities. So this year, for example, our fiscal year ends at the end of May, and to get the financials, an audited financial report for this meeting is a big lift. And we just now have it right now. If you start moving these dates forward, it affects that, it affects the elections and all the activities around that. So I think we have to kind of balance. I understand the concerns of the scholastic community, but there are also concerns about our governance processes as well.
Chris Kim from Maryland. All the points have been said. I think I would ask to make a motion, Hal Terry, to clarify what is the actual last date he actually wants, because if it's the 15th, this year the week begins on the 1st is on a Sunday, the 15th would fit the second sentence, which is 2 full weeks plus a Sunday after. And as was pointed out, if you begin, Mike even mentioned that if you mention the Tuesday as being the 1st, then the second full week would end on August 18th. So what is actually what is the actual end date you want to present a vote for?
So the idea is to have 3 weeks, or each starting on Monday, available. Now, if it happens that August the 1st falls on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, then that doesn't mean, oh, well, then you have to wait until the end of that week to start one. Because you take whatever Monday, is available. That is, if the first is a Tuesday, then you go back to that. And that's when, that Monday is when you start. So, starting whatever it is, the beginning of the 3-week period back in July, you have 3 successive 7-day periods.
What's that date? What's the date?
Pardon?
What is the actual date then? No, it's August 15th, August 18th, what is it?
Well, I don't foresee, I mean, I have a calendar in front of me, and I'm not great at math anyway, but I don't foresee any situation, I mean, the 15th was so I'm not likely it would go more than an extra day or two beyond that.
Well, did you just say the second Sunday in August?
I don't know. What I'm saying is, the office already has the authority to go as early as they want. The only question is, at the moment, they're kind of restricted by this 15th in some circumstances in going the second week in August.
Except when they simply ignore it.
Yeah, you're right.
In the back, the answer, Mike.
Thank you. A couple things. First of all, Dwayne's point about the kids, I think, is an important point, and I want to correct the misstatement that this is no longer a family vacation destination. In fact, of the families from Louisiana who traveled here, for 2, it was absolutely a destination where we stayed for the entire 9 days, and there are 2 other families whose kids participated in the invitational events who would have liked to stay for their kids to play in the open, but they couldn't do it because school in Jefferson Parish, Louisiana started on August the 6th. Okay, so I very much appreciate the need to offer that 3-week window. My suggestion, though, would be that it be amended to push it further into July and not as far into August, because it does accommodate the kids, and the notion that the kids aren't important or that families don't come here is simply mistaken. If anything, I think it's an increasing wave with the growing popularity of chess that we've seen over the last year.
Ernest Schlick, Virginia. I have a couple of points. First, I basically support the idea of this motion to allow our school children to attend the US Open. As to the exact wording of the current motion, I don't see a lot of consent or even surety about how this is going to affect. And the final thing, and I think maybe the thing that we should consider the strongest right now, let's see, I don't know how far the US Open is actually signed contract out, and there may be other contracts that we're in the middle of negotiating right now. So this is not a time-sensitive matter. I would recommend that the board and the Scholastic Council study this for the next year and come out with an idea. Thank you.
Are you moving to refer to the executive board and Scholastic Council?
Just the executive board. I'm sure they will include the Scholastic Council.
Okay, how will you accept it? Are you the vote?
I guess I'm against the first.
How can you refer to DACI to the board?
We Okay, Danny?
I'd like to move to table this motion so we get a better idea of what dates exactly to put later into the DACI until later in this meeting outside of this right now. We're discussing this before.
This is the last meeting of the meeting. David?
Okay, the reason this is important, the next US Open contract is for 2025.
The next one to be negotiated.
The next one to be negotiated. In 2025, August the 15th falls on a Friday. So that week of August 10th to 15th would not be available because there's not enough time. So there would only be 1 week in August for the office to place a US Open. What the office is trying to do is get the flexibility so that if you wanted to make a one-time motion to allow them to go to August 17th in 2025 and kick the can down the road 1 more year to get this straightened out, that would probably be okay. But the office needs the flexibility now to negotiate the 2025 contract. Now, if you want to make a Band-Aid and move the date to August the 17th and then revisit this issue next year, that would give the office what it needs for 1 more year.
Nicholas Carlson from New Jersey. I believe I kind of echo what Peter, we should just, because this would add so much more confusion going on in the future. Because every year it's going to be a totally different date. That date would be so much more easy, I believe, just to allow us to have a continued, going forward to continued.
The current DACI is no later than August 15th.
So I believe that's a fine date to set, but if we need to have a situation where there's a contract, I believe maybe there could be an exception for either that year or just for those years where there would need to be that exception for the actual date rather than continue this to change every year where we're all being confused. This is too much confusion.
Okay.
So I have a question. Kevin Wilton, Alaska. I have a question. How many delegates here have children competing in the U.S. Open? And what does it take for you to travel with your families here? The one thing I think that would be great is to task the Scholastic Board to ask their participants to see what it takes to get them to here, when their school starts, because then you'll get a full picture of what the Scholastic children are going through. If parents need 1 to 2 days, whether they're flying, whether they're driving, taking that into consideration, because that would change your week to if they want to go from Sunday to Saturday, the final week on Saturday, everything closes down on Saturday, they got a travel day on Sunday. You also have, I'm sorry, you made me nervous talking up here. Then the other consensus is you'll see, depending on the different school schedules, if majority of the school schedules, if it's maybe 1 or 2 schools that start the first week in August, you can then say that you're going to have it to the second week. You'll have an idea of who your class or which schools and which districts are starting at which date of the year. I mean, if you can get that and task that to the Scholastic program, I think that would be a better approach to this, so that they send out, they do the work, they get the consensus for the board and everybody. So.
Okay, thank you.
Maureen Vermont, South Carolina delegate from Georgia. I'm sorry, but I'm looking at this thinking the date is really a moot point in the sense of the reason I'm understanding is obviously to bring it up, to be able to allow players to play during the time when they are available. However, a couple of things to note. You can always have the date in July. This is just the cutoff date, later than a date of August 15th changed to the Sunday of however you define it. The other point is this. Right now, schools are moving their targets further and further, but they can just as easily move it later and later. So as we go into, if we're looking at a 3-year contract that Boyd is looking to find and secure a venue, then we should follow the pattern of if it needs to be done, have it done in that year. But at this point, this is really a moot. It's not really a Scholastic issue.
Volunteering?
Actually, I'm speaking to the delegate. I'm sympathetic with what Dwayne said with regards to the change in school calendars. Schools are opening earlier and earlier. In Nebraska, the schools are opening in Lincoln, I think on the next week or the week after. I know of places where schools are starting in July. But irregardless of that, it was pointed out that 2025 has a problem. 2026 has essentially the same problem because the second full week ends on Saturday the 15th, so we would have the same problem again that year. I think that the language that's up there clarifies the situation. Under the language that's up there, the week that ends on August 16th would classify as the second full week, and so I think it solves the office's technical issue with regards to knowing when they can try to approach hotels and give them a little flexibility. I've been around long enough that I remember when the US Chess fiscal year ended on June 30th, and yet it was possible for them to have audited financials the first week in August. Now, you have to move heaven and earth to do that, and of course accounting firms charge for that, but it is still possible.
I'm on the border of Indiana and Kentucky. Most schools in Indiana start in July. There are a number of school districts in that area that are actually year-round schools, and they take about 3 weeks off in late June and early July, and they start as early as the 10th of July back. So I'm not sure that dog tail needs to wag the dog in this case. We're being extremely sympathetic to the fact that there are those invitational events are children's events largely, all except for one. So we want to schedule for that. I don't think we're talking about a wholesale move into the next month, but if there's a player who's eligible to play and they're going to miss a few days of school, I've got 4 kids. Have we missed schools to take kids to chess tournaments before? Yeah, sure have.
Yeah, I'm not sure which mic I'm supposed to be at. No, I'll leave that to Gwen. No, I think the point here is to recognize that the invitationals have become a much more important part of US Chess. I think that anything that cuts the possibility for children to participate in the invitationals is a step backwards. We already have the capability of moving into July. I mean, I sympathize with the board that you cannot get all your financials ready in time, but I think that pushing it back into August, too far into August, will seriously affect the ability of the children to participate. And so I will have to say that I'm not in favor of pushing this back into August.
Wayne, Border, Southern California. I believe Carol, I'm correct, I believe we're in the position of referral, definite referral involved the Scholastic Council, the board, is that correct?
There's not been a motion made to refer yet.
Okay, I wanted to remind the board that they wish to add.
We can't hear you, Wayne.
Okay, I want to remind the board that they certainly probably wish to add the National Invitational Committee as one that will be reviewing things as we move forward. If we were talking about one group of kids, a group of high school kids like the Denker was 37 years ago, it probably might be a little different. We're not. And we're going to expand that. We're going to go to 200. We're going to go to 250. And that's going to happen coming up in these next several years. So please keep that in mind. I know I come here and speak for all the educators whom I was for many years. but it still has to be kept in mind. I truly wish that there would be no US Open involving national invitationals that would be in any way finishing in August. Thank you.
Guy Hoffman, Wisconsin, will call the question.
Okay, the question has been called on the motion that Al has placed on the board. Do we have any objection to calling the question? Okay, the question has been called and there is no objection. All those in favor of the DACI, and I remind you that the DACI, if I recall, is just a majority vote. It's not, yeah. So as a base, so amending the DACI as shown on the board, raise your credentials. Opposed? Okay, then motion fails. The DACI stays as it is. Are there any other motions on the floor?
Just emailed one today.
Okay, Dan, we have one more motion from the floor. Are you pulling up? Come on up to the mic. You can announce your motion while we type it or put it in there.
Point of information.
Yes, go ahead, Wayne.
The delegate motion 16, when the wording was prepared, I believe we needed to eliminate the plural nature of state scholastic coordinators. There are no states that should designate 2 or more state scholastic coordinators. That's not what our structure is. There is one state scholastic coordinator. So the parentheses S of multiple state scholastic coordinators should, the parentheses S should be deleted.
There's not North California, Southern California coordinator?
I'm not talking about a state affiliate has one state scholastic coordinator. That's all that's been authorized, that's all that's listed on the US Chess website.
I think there is one state.
This is out of order. This is out of order.
Yeah, it's not, but I think there's one state that has 2 listed if I look yesterday.
Okay, we'll come on.
I think there's one that has 2. Just one.
Okay, Dan? I'm too short for this mic stand. I can't, I just have to take.
Hold it.
I think I turned it off. I broke it. I broke it, guys.
All right.
Hold on.
Okay, Chid?
Okay. Okay. I'm moving that we amend bylaws Article 5, Section 2, which has to do with the apportionment of delegates, to provide that the Board of Delegates shall be composed of the Executive Board, the delegates at large, and 130 delegates, an increase of 5. And that each state with 100 or more members must have at least 2 delegates. Each state with 500 or more members must have 3 delegates. The remaining delegate seats shall be apportioned among the states and apportioned to their resident US Chess members as of May 31st of that year. We would also add, and Dan, can you scroll down? We would add that delegates must be appointed by their state associations no later than February 1st of the year in which the meeting is going to be held. That any delegate seats not filled by appointment by that date shall then become additional seats for single-year delegates at large who may be appointed at the membership meeting. This is something that we've been discussing for about a decade, how to increase the number of delegates from some of the small states and bring essentially junior delegates in, new people who would come in and learn and become involved in governance. The current version of the bylaw provides that each state gets one, and only those states with over 1,000 members get a second. The result of that is that we've got 27 of our jurisdictions that only have one single delegate. There is a myth that the small states don't appoint delegates, but it's a myth. I looked at the numbers in this year's delegates call. There were 18 unfilled seats at the time the delegates call was published. 10 of those were seats for Texas, 2 were for Northern California, and only 6 were from small states. The small states with one that had not appointed anybody were Wyoming, Vermont, South Dakota, Montana, Hawaii, and Connecticut. Who had an unfilled seat. By doing this, we will provide more fairness and more opportunity. If you look at the membership numbers in the states, and I've gone through and looked at them all, the membership numbers in the states. Let me find the right note here. There are 7 states who have 100 or fewer members. And just looking at the currently active members, the state of Wyoming right now has 30, which means it's on the verge of losing the right to have any delegate at all. However, that's not really the state of chess in Wyoming. Wyoming had a senior rep here this year who was very enthusiastic and had been asked by people in his state to get more people involved. There's actually a school in Cheyenne, Wyoming that has chess in its curriculum. So it's a matter of getting those people signed up for membership, so we don't really need anybody to lose their delegate. There are 7 states who have 100 or fewer members. Between 100 and 300 members are Arkansas, DC, Hawaii, Idaho, Kansas, Maine, Mississippi, Nebraska, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, and West Virginia. And between 300 and 500 members are Alabama, Colorado, Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, Nevada, Oregon, South Carolina, Utah, and Wisconsin. Between 500 and 1,000 members are Arizona, Connecticut, and by the way, Georgia has fallen to exactly 1,000, so Georgia's about to lose a delegate, I think, and not be in that pool that gets the extra delegate. Indiana, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, Tennessee, and Washington. And then the states with more than 1,000 members are Northern California, Southern California, Florida, New York, New Jersey, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Illinois. So you've got just this small group of states right now that get more than one delegate. By reapportioning, we'll get more new blood in. We don't have to increase the delegate body substantially. We increase it just to 130. Then we've got our 52 jurisdictions, means 104 of the seats are automatically apportioned, that leaves 26. Go through and apportion those out. And because we know that some of those seats aren't going to be appointed, we have them then, if they're not appointed by February 1st, they come back to delegate at large seats that can be appointed for a single year at the membership meeting. And that allows the states that are going to give up a delegate in this reapportionment process, if they have that delegation, to bring them and have them appointed if the seats are empty. But I think it provides more fairness and more ability for us to have that kind of egalitarian thing where we're bringing people in, we're getting new blood in. We've got to do some succession planning. We can't continue to have the average age in the room of delegates be over 60, and I think it is.
A point of clarification, can you explain one more time what happened after 1st of February?
Yes. So each state association would have to have its delegates appointed by February 1st. And failing to fill the appointment by February 1st, those delegate seats would then become single-year delegate at large seats. They could be assigned out. So other states that have more interest and more people who want to be involved would have the chance to pick up another delegate that way.
For a single year.
For a single year. For a single year.
Point of information?
Yes.
Should this be section 1 or section 2?
This is in section 2, I believe. I believe section 1 defines the delegate body, section 2 is on the apportionment. Section 2 is numbers. The way it reads presently is that the board is comprised of the executive board, the delegates at large, and 125 delegates. So this changes that to 130, and then it changes the apportionment so that you have those who have over 100 members get 2 delegates, and so forth.
It was Messenger.
Could you scroll that up so we can see the first part of the motion? I think that's an important part of the because it's.
There it is.
Okay, so you're changing 125 to 130.
Right.
Well, first of all, section 3, it says there's 125 alternate delegates. Should that also be?
Yes, it should.
That should also be changed
Yes,
to
it should.
130. And I guess I think that we should study this more before making the change at this meeting, so I'd like to move to refer to the bylaws committee.
Motion been made and second to refer this to bylaws committee for further study. Do we have any discussion on referral to bylaws?
Yeah. I speak in favor of referral because anytime you start making bylaws amendments that you're trying to craft while you're standing up in the middle of the delegates meeting, you're going to screw stuff up. So this is a radical change. It may be appropriate, but that needs to be, the time needs to be spent to craft it correctly. This is not even written as bylaws language. It misses things. I'm not addressing the concept at all. I'm just saying it's got to have a lot more thought and a lot more correction to it before this is something that this body can consider. So I strongly support referring it to bylaws, which is the appropriate place for it.
Come to the mic.
Other people have done point of information from Chair.
Yeah, your voice here.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Point of information, if we were to make the bylaws change right here, right now, we need to have a stronger majority than if it were referred to and then presented as an ABM.
Yes.
That's correct. It would require 2/3 vote if we were going to vote on it now. If it comes through as an ABM, it's a simple majority.
Thank you.
I guess while favoring referral, I would like to point out that under Section 9, additional delegates, the people who can be elected at the membership meeting have to have been served as delegates in at least one of the last 5 years, and therefore it does not accomplish the purpose for which it was written, and that's why it needs further study.
Any other discussion?
Eric Beal from Iowa. Over the past years, I've been gotten more and more involved and brought other folks to the U.S. Open as delegates, trying to get them more involved. I think this motion does do that to that effect, but I also support that it is referred to the bylaws committee for further study. But I definitely think it's a good idea, and I think we can get more people at this meeting and by doing that.
Anyone against referral? Leila, you speaking against referral?
Yes, I want to correct the idea that it doesn't accomplish the purpose for which the flow back to the delegate at large appointments exists. It does, actually, because the concern that's been raised, and this has been discussed at length for many years, including in bylaws, both before the meeting this year and at the workshop. It does accomplish that because the concern was, what about the states that have to give up a delegate and have people who have served for delegates for years and don't want to give up a delegate? Precisely that, it allows them to be appointed at the membership meeting, and those would be people who have served in the past, very likely filling those spots.
I'm speaking for the referral just so we can get there, but I just want for more information. I've been saying this in delegates meetings for years about getting younger delegates in here. So one of the things about this is that it will make more younger delegates to show up. My first meeting 6 years ago, and I can assure you there's not as many new delegates still coming in who are younger. I can fully support that, so let's please understand that as part of the motion.
Alan?
Call the question.
Okay, the question has been called on referral. All those, objections to referral. Any objections to calling the question? Okay, the question has been called. Vote on referring this now to bylaws for further study. All those in favor, raise the delegates card. Opposed? Referred. Referred. Are there any other motions from the floor?
One more.
You all right, Simone?
Hey, we got all day tomorrow.
Sunday's not a day of work. Okay, Lawrence Cohen here. I know it's sort of an unwritten policy or unwritten rule that if somebody withdraws before the first round is paired, that you're supposed to give them a refund on the entry fee. However, that's sort of an unwritten rule. I think we should have it as a written rule to make sure that this does happen, that there's never an issue come up as far as a player being unhappy that, you know, they paid for something they didn't receive. I know the one potential issue currently going on with an organizer that may occur with that. I know that I believe it was the first of the two Wisconsin US Opens. Actually, I interviewed my brother and we couldn't make it. We sent off at noon. I sent off at noon, letting them know we wouldn't be there. We were not paired. I never got a refund for that, $290. But on the other hand, when I did the 2014 US Amateur in Idaho, I never paid the $250 to the USCF. As far as I'm concerned, $40 is a wash. I don't care about that. I do care that this does not come up as an issue to make any players unhappy with USCF or with hopefully any organizer or TD. Having said all that, I realize the proper thing to do with this is to refer it to states and affiliates committee.
Rick, I have a point of information. Are you proposing a change to the rule book? Or are you proposing a change to just this tournament?
No.
Or what?
That's not, as far as I know, is that in the rule book that they have to give back an entry?
I don't know what you're proposing to change to. Or trying to do. Trying to create policy.
I'm trying to create a
policy applicable to whom?
To organizers of US, to affiliates and organizers of chess tournaments. That's what I'm trying to affect here. I'm trying to make sure that our customers, the USCF play members, do not run into an issue where they're going to be unhappy with chess in general and unhappy specifically with a organizer for failure to give them a refund when they should clearly be getting a refund. On the other hand, there also is, of course, the issue of, well, what is timely notification? You know, how far in advance of the first round pairings should somebody have to notify the organizer / TD or TD that they can't play in the event, so that the pairing, you know, there's no, you know, forfeit pairing going on. This is something I feel that we should have a set policy written up and disseminated to the organizers and probably also, I would imagine, to affiliates and TDs, so that it is clear that this is how this is supposed to be done.
Okay, Mr. Messenger, that.
Yes, it's been pointed out that there's already a section of the rule book which discusses this, Rule 23A3. I'd like to move to refer this motion to the Rules Committee.
The motion has been made and seconded to refer this motion to the Rules Committee for further study. Is there any objection or any discussion on the referral?
Point of information.
Go to the microphone, please.
The rule book already, this is moot, because the rule book already says that
that unless otherwise stated in all advance publicity, advance entry fees are refundable to players who give notice of withdrawal before the close of registration for round one. So I don't think this needs to be referred, but they would just quote this rule.
Point of information, Mr. President. Was the maker of the notion aware that this is already in the rule book?
No, the maker was not aware that this was already in the rule book. However, I would point out that the way it's phrased in the rule book is under registration. And if you say you have there are quite a number of tournaments where it's not unusual. They have like only 15 minutes to 30-minute cutoff time for the end of registration. But you may be getting a whole bunch of backdoor registrations, which would preclude you from maybe getting the communication that a player can't play. That's why I'd say that you need to have a better definition, as far as the notification as far as the organizer and TD may be concerned. So it's not just the player, it's also the organizer and TD. You have two sides to the coin here. And the question, I think, really has to be reevaluated as to maybe the wording as it is currently listed.
Bob? Well, I just wanted to say that even though it is in the rule book, Larry does have the concerns. So I think he should bring those concerns to the rules committee. I think referring this to rules would accomplish that. So I'm not sure it's completely legal, but I'm still in favor of referring to rules.
Okay. Andy?
Andrew Ray, Virginia. I call question.
Okay, question has been called. Is there any objection to calling the question on referring this to the rules committee for further study? Seeing none, all in favor of referring this to the rules for further study, raise your hands. Those opposed? Okay, this passes. It's going to be referred to the rules for further study. Okay, there are no more motions. Okay, I move that this body, these delegates, thank the following people for their service in preparation of this delegates meeting. Mike Nolan for service as our parliamentarian. The election committee and chief teller, Renee Bartlett. The delegates, the U.S. Open team, the tournament directors, and chess control for the U.S. Open, and for the invitationals. All of my colleagues here in the executive board. And to the committee chairs and members of the U.S. Chess staff, one final thank you.